Good morning, truckers. Welcome to our flight today. Just wondering why I'm not getting any audio from the aircraft. Just having a little bit of a play around. Let's see. That should do it. There we go. Okay. So that's not a very good view. Today we're going to take this beautiful Toliss Airbus A330-900 from here in Pune in Western India. Beautiful Pune. This is Autoortho satellite imagery injected live into the sim. Oh, there's a little aircraft over there as well. Interesting. So that side of the far side of the airport that you can see there is actually an Air Force base. You get told off for taking photos around the airport because of the military implications of it, and you can see that all around is just surrounded by mountains. But today we're here to fly this. So we're just in the process of getting this set up. I say we, my daughter, my little first officer, has been helping greatly to get this set up. And what I will do is I'm going to try and switch across to SimBrief, where I am in the process of setting up this flight. So I think if I do that, nope, that didn't work. That did though. Okay, so let's jump into SimBrief. So I'll just take you through what I've done so far. So SimBrief is simbrief.com. It's completely free, although I have recently purchased a subscription to get the up-to-date AirRack, the monthly update to navigation, just to make things a bit more realistic. Today we are flying our Airbus Industry Flight 307 from Pune. Let's have a quick look at the weather. No METAR available. Really? It's got a TAF though, so it's got a forecast. So yeah, it looks okay. Basically, no weather, 5-knot wind. So we're good. We are flying to Newcastle, alternate is Manchester. We will be departing at, let's call it 12. Gives us a bit of time to get everything set up. We're flying on the A330. We've now got the Toliss option in SimBrief, which is nice. Our registration today, let's have a quick hop across to the aircraft and let's use Foxtrot Whiskey Tango Tango November. Foxtrot Whiskey Tango Tango November. And we'll use Tango Tango November as our FIN number. Cell call will be ABRS. It's just what I generally use. We'll use the Lido flight plan format. We'll use the current AirRack cycle because I can now. I'm not sure what the if we're using pounds or kilos in the aircraft. So let's pop back into here and we'll see what we have set up. Just while we're here, let's quickly look at the weights. So I've basically said this is going to be a very light flight. We have to do this just because Pune is not really designed for A330s. We may actually find that when we get to landing and takeoff performance. Let's have a quick look at takeoff performance. Oh, we haven't set that up yet. We'll do that shortly. In balance, ISCS. So yeah, we've basically set this up so that it's going to be a very light flight. We're going to take 30 passengers and only 10 tons of cargo. I don't know what the block fuel is going to be. I'm going to let SimBrief calculate that for us. And we'll understand what the en route winds are so we can add some fuel if we have headwinds. Why did I come in here? I am looking for... Nope, can't remember. Weight and balance. If we reset that to current, we should see 30 passengers, 10 tons of fuel, 10 tons of freight, and That was going to have to change. What was I looking at? Oh, my brain is just so bad. Oh yeah, pounds or kilos, that's right. You can tell it's a Sunday. Aircraft sim configuration. Use imperial units, yes. Okay, so we're good to use imperial units. Let's bring SimBrief back up. I really need 3 screens on this machine. So pounds is fine. We're IFR, of course. Scheduled block time is going to be a 10-hour flight. We're going to take off towards the west, and we're going to land towards the east. Payload is going to be 10,000. Why does that... Just say none. Fair enough. Yep, that's none. So 0 fuel weight. Let's just double check what our 0 fuel weight is. Jump back across to here. Go into ICSC. Weight and balance. 0 fuel weight today is 312.9. 312.9. 312.936 to be exact. Ignore the payload value you've entered. Okay. So we've got our 0 fuel weight. That's all that really matters. It doesn't matter to the aircraft if the weight on board is passengers or freight or anything else. You know, snacks. All it really cares about is what's the weight of the aircraft before the fuel is put on board. Because remember, the fuel weight will change throughout the flight. The 0 fuel weight, basically the weight of everything on board, is going to remain the same. So it needs to understand this for performance reasons. We don't need contingency fuel as far as we know. The route has been selected for us, so we're going to take off from Pune towards Mumbai. We will have air traffic control because I've just seen that there online. So we'll head across Mumbai, we'll go to this waypoint here, cross the Arabian Sea just here, passing Oman, where Muscat is the capital. We're going to go straight across Dubai, so we might get a view of some of these cool little islands around Dubai. As we head overhead Dubai, we're then going to head up here through the Gulf up towards Kuwait. We're then going to go across a lot of places that throughout my lifetime have been war zone, been at war basically. So I remember back in 1991 when Kuwait was invaded. I remember Basra for most of my adult life so far has been a forward operating base for the Allies, for the US and the UK armies. So it's kind of weird flying over these places now. You know, Erbil, Mosul, they all sounded like really scary places. But now we're just flying over them, which is kind of cool and weird, and yeah. So we'll go over Turkey, we'll hang a right just north of Istanbul, head over Romania, go through Europe. We'll just plough through Europe really quickly, and then we'll cross over from Amsterdam. We might see some traffic. I'm sure we will see some traffic down here at Amsterdam Airport because it's huge. We'll just pass them to the north. We'll head over here to Leeds, and then we'll head north up the UK to Newcastle. If for whatever reason Newcastle is not available to us, we'll head south and we'll land at Manchester. And the distance between these two means that if Newcastle has got weather problems, it's unlikely that Manchester will have similar problems. And what this doesn't show is there's a big mountain range down the, I say mountain, excuse me, a big hill range, excuse me, I need to cough. There we go. That solved it. So if we go back into here, yeah. So there's a line of hills down the middle of the north of the UK. A combination of towards the north we have, well, we basically have the Pennines running down the spine of the UK, What that means is any weather that comes in to affect Manchester usually gets stopped by the hills, and the east of the country doesn't get it. But if the winds are blowing the other way, then it works the other way around. So Newcastle may get fog, but Manchester will be okay. So I think this is good. Your route is valid for AirAC 2502, which I have. Route distance is 4,333 nautical miles. That all looks good. So I haven't set an altitude. Altitude should be auto, but sometimes it makes the altitude very low. So we'll just need to make sure that doesn't happen today. What we're really looking for here is how much fuel do we need on board. And once we put that into the aircraft, let's see what's it put for initial altitude, 36,000. And load sheet, so the block fuel will be 127 tons, and we'll burn 110 tons en route. Let's just pop those numbers in, so 110 and 127. So if I just switch to director mode, there we go, switch back to here. So we are going to need 110 tons, block fuel 127. So we're going to put 127 tons in. That is looking a bit dodgy from a... Oh no, it's max landing weight. So we'll put 127 tons in. Oh no, wrong screen. Weight and balance. 127. That's not right. Loading? 127. Here we go. 127. Quick D fuel refuel. The aircraft will move around because it's suddenly got tons and tons of fuel on board. And then if I go, I'm going to have to set that to Turga thrust, just because for some reason the flex thrust still isn't working on the Toliss. And just checking fuel on board, we are currently showing 126 tons. And what I need to do is download the flight plan. So if I go back across to SimBrief, what I do is I normally hold down the control button, press the VPDF, and that means that I can switch between the tabs, so I get the flight plan showing up in here. So trip to Newcastle will be 110. We'll use 5 tons getting to Manchester, and then we've got 4 tons of 30 minutes of just circling fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel, 125.8 tons, which is 11 hours, 43 minutes endurance. Cost index today is 120, and I will download the flight plan. So, what are you seeing here? So you're seeing this. What I will do is, I'm just going to give you a quick, lovely view of the outside of this aircraft while I do some downloading of flight plans. Still haven't worked out how to do this. So if I download that to there, and then I'll pre-file on the network, which I promise I'll show you in just a moment. Just need to log in first. There we go. So if we go from SimBrief, come down to pre-file on a network. I use VATSIM. There's plenty of others you can use. I'm sure they're all pretty much exactly the same. I've heard good things about Pilot Edge. I think that's you've got to pay for that each month, and my flying online is just too unreliable to have a subscription basically. So VATSIM's free. It's really good. It's community led, and I'm pretty happy with it. So when you hit on pre-file, what it will do is it will pull through all of the information from SimBrief, Airbus Industry Flight 307, the aircraft type, weight category. It's all set up for us, and then all we have to do is hit File Flight Plan. Flight plan filed. Enjoy your flight. Pop that onto the flight plan, and what we can now do is, if we jump into the aircraft, go down to here and go to, all start with the init page. Company route, we're going to fly VAPO EGNT 01. Not in database. Let me have a quick look and see why that's not in the database. Should be. VAPO EGNT 01. I think if you do a different way, I think if you do VA, if you do VAPO / EGNT, put that in the from and to, there we go, so it brings up our flight plan here. P&Q, hang on. Is that the same flight plan? BBB 638 Kaku, yep, that's the one. So flight number, today we are Airbus AIB 307. We only have, how many passengers was it? 30. Cost index was 120. Cruise altitude, I mean, initial cruise altitude is going to be 360, but I'm sure we'll be much higher than that later on the flight. IRS is all aligned. So what we can do up here is if we switch this from arc to plan, zoom right the way out, you can start to see, so on here we're going to go across to BBB, which is Mumbai airport, up to that waypoint that we saw in the Arabian Sea, then we're going to head up towards Dubai from there. So the initial part of that looks correct, and if you come down here and I can just get these arrows here, you can step through the flight plan. So I'm fine as long as it's heading to the left and slightly up. So we are wanting to head west and north until we get out up to Newcastle, sorry, to the UK. Lots and lots of waypoints on this flight. And then from here we are going to zoom in, so we're going to get to Rimto, which is the start of the arrival route, the standard terminal arrival route for Newcastle. So that all looks absolutely spot on. We'll put this back into arc mode before we forget. Got lots of controllers online now. Just before I forget, I'm going to turn down this volume because it will blow your ears out. Turn that on. Turn off VHF1, VHF2 for now. I think that's still probably too loud, but we'll find out in a moment. I'm going to put predicted wind shear to auto because it will give us a warning when we try and take off shortly. So we're burning fuel now because the APU is switched on. If I look up here, the APU is on. Got APU bleed on as well, giving us air into the cabin in the cockpit. So we now just need to, ooh, there's some traffic, very nice, and they said Air Canada there, Air India, a Dreamliner, pretty sure, sorry, this is the only way I can think of doing this. Go over this way, yep, that's a Dreamliner, it's a 787-8. I mean, if you can get a Dreamliner off here, you can definitely get a A330 off, surely. Love the Air India livery. He does seem to have spawned in a car park though. Keep saying he, obviously it could be a girl as well. My daughter is helping me out with this. I'm really trying very hard not to perpetuate standard gender stereotypes, because she should be fully aware that the whole world is open to her, not just parts of it like traditionally. So we have an aircraft. Looks like we have an aircraft on approach. Can we find it? There it is. Ah, it's just a little Cessna. Beautiful. We're just ignoring the touchdown zone today. That's fine. Okay, let's make a start. So, I can't always see what you can see, so let me just switch back across to that view. I'm going to open up Xpilot so you can see what's going on. We have Mumbai radar. So that's covering upper area control. Does it say surface to unlimited? And these are Mumbai approach. That's TMA up to... Okay, so I think this is probably the first one I need to connect to. Sorry, 132.7. 132.7. Volume is down. Is it down enough? I'm just going to turn it all the way down. Flip flop. And for some reason I know this comes out as a bit echoey.
Siberian
Ooh, it's
250,
loud.
Mumbai radar, good evening, squawk 0342. 0342, Siberian 250, squawk 0342.
Okay, normally I need a notepad. I'm just going to use this for my notes in here. So, what else do I need? I need to understand what the I don't know what the QNH is here.
Emirates 503, Mumbai radar, good evening, identified.
And I also need to understand what is,
842,
so I'm at stand 3,
0303.
Pune. Let's make contact. Mumbai radar. Is it Mumbai radar or Mumbai control?
Jet Airways 10
Radar.
India, contact Mumbai approach 127.9 per day. Approach on 127 decimal. Good day, Jet Airways 10 India, Jai Hind.
Mumbai radar. Good morning, good afternoon. Airbus Industry 307 at Pune, stand 3. Airbus A330-900, request clearance to Newcastle. If you can work with that, he's a superstar.
Airbus Industry 307, Mumbai radar, good evening. You're clear to destination Echo Golf November Tango. Flight plan route, flight level 360. Runway 28, climb initially flight level 90, squawk 0324.
Airbus Industry 307 is cleared to Newcastle, initial altitude 360, runway 28, initial climb flight level 90, squawk 0324.
Airbus Industry 307, read back correct.
Boop. Okay, 0324, 0324. We'll set the initial climb to 9,000 feet. And runway 28. So we'll get the runways all set up in the flight management system here.
Flight 803, Mumbai radar, good
Flight plan, VAPO, departure, runway 28. What did our flight plan say?
803, registration copied. You're cleared Alpha departure, runway 23. Climb initially flight level 60, walk 6314.
Okay, so we didn't have a SID. No SID. Temporary insert. We have a discontinuity. If we press clear, and that. Temporary insert. We didn't get a departure, did we? No. It's just as filed. I guess we'll just follow the route. Okay, I think normally at this point I would be asking for a SID, but this is very direct, so I'm just gonna I'm just gonna take it. Right, we are in a position now where we can start thinking about pushing back. Let's switch you across to the cockpit. So we are on no SID, Vapo 28, so off runway 28 at Pune. We're going to climb straight ahead, and then at 3,440. We're going to turn onto a track of 299. Airbus Industry 307, request push and start. Oh dear. Stepped on him. Kind of interested to see what was that plane over here that I saw. And also, is that Cessna still doing circuits? No. Pune is huge, by the way. It's absolutely enormous. Airbus Industry 307, request push and start.
Airbus Industry 307, push and start approved, runway 23, QNH 1012.
Push start approved, runway 23, QNH 1012, Airbus Industry 307. Did he say 23? I'm sure it's 28 here. Do we have a runway 23?
Airbus Industry 307, correction, runway 28.
Runway 28, Airbus 307, thanks. Yep. QNH 1012. So, first thing we do is the thing that I always forget. Turn on the beacon light. Bosh. Nav lights. Seatbelts should all be on because we've refueled. Don't really care about electrical devices. Strobes are off. Wing lights are off. Runway turn-off lights are off. Landing lights are off. Nose lights will be on taxi once we get out of here. We're going to switch this to ignition start, but we're not going to turn on the engines just yet. And instead, we are going to...
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Okie dokie. So we want to, this is going to be a very tight turn. We want to go here, and there's a good chance that we're going to hit the fencing, because for some reason there's this fence thing around the outside which doesn't exist in real life. I'm going to have to update the scenery.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Tow is driving up. Probably see the tow truck come out of the building. Oh, that's not it over there. No, that's a baggage cart. Beacon light's flashing because I've managed to turn it on this time. There it is. Building is giving birth to the tug. If we get down here, you see it's getting its lowering thing.
All doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
That's quite loud, isn't it? Turn it down. Just going to go under the wheels and lift the front of the aircraft up so it completely takes control of the steering. And as that's happening, I'm going to jump back in here, starting one, and what we'll see is a lot of things will happen on here. So you can see the fuel flow to the fuel flow from the tanks to the engines is opened. If I turn off fuel, it should give us an automatic view, and what we'll see is the N2 start to increase,
So connected
and then we'll start to see fuel flow, release parking brake. I probably have the chocks still in, ground services, detach the chocks.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Way ahead of you, mate, sorry. We've got EGT, exhaust gas temperature. Got N1, the big disc, the fan at the front of the engine is spinning, the one that we all see when we're boarding the front steps of the plane. So this is shaking because I have turned on the G loading. Fuel no weight CG did. Oh dear. Not set up this very well. So zero fuel weight was, what was our zero fuel weight? 312.9. There we go, is that error gone? Fuel no weight CG data, so I need to put the CG in. Zero fuel weight CG. Gross weight 33.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Center of gravity 311. I'll put the parking brake on first, and that'll get rid of this shaking.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
So zero fuel weight CG was 31. Does that remove the error? That's removed the error. Okay, so we've now got all the information set. Here it's going to be a. Let's have a look. Okay, that's all good. Nose wheel steering disconnected is because we've got the tug. We're going to disconnect, get the hand signals, and then that should give us our nose wheel steering back. Just double check we've got parking brake on. I'm going to set the speed brake to armed, and then I'm also going to start the other engine. Set the auto brake to max, and we're also going to set our
Tow is
take-off
disconnected and
flaps.
bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Thank you very much. He's got a voice for radio, hasn't he? So again, we should start to see an increase in N2. Where's the N2 on this thing? There you go, N2 is at 24. We'll then start to see fuel flow, exhaust gas temperatures increasing, and then we'll start to see the big disc fan at the front start to spin.
Area 33, you're cleared to Mumbai. Flight plan route, flight level 110, low gap 2 alpha departure, runway 28. climb initially flight level 90, squawk 0.
So we want to be on Papa all the way to the end. Air India 33 is that one there.
Mumbai via the flight 10 good. Cruising altitude 1000, initially 9000, squawk 0243. Over to local departure runway 28.
Takeoff performance.
33, gate back correct.
We're going to do a full toga takeoff. Compute that. V1, V2, stop margin.
Airways 404, level 190.
We're good, so we've got enough room to get off this
Jet Airways 404, Mumbai radar, good evening.
off this runway.
Climb to flight level 350. Climb flight level 350, Jet Airways 404.
Okay, let's ask for taxi clearance.
Emirates 414, identify, roger. Maintain 330.
So we can't hear the response because the other aircraft is too far away. We can only hear the controller. It's quite cool that, it's just like in real life. Airbus Industry 307 request taxi.
Flight 7744, Mumbai radar, good evening, standby. Brick, Airbus Industry 307. Taxi to holding point, runway 28 via Hotel Papa, holding point Papa 1.
Taxi to holding point for runway 28 via Hotel Papa, holding point Papa 1, Airbus Industry 307. Okay, I think we're good. Did I see the Airbus move? Nope, that Airbus. That Air India. Let's turn off the parking brake. Let's turn on some lights. So we need our taxi lights on. Runway turn off light. Seatbelts are on. Let's go, 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 peeps. Oh, I love the sound of these really high bypass engines. So we did say it go via Hotel. Just that one there. Hotel, hang a right onto Papa. Hold on to Papa 1. So those lights do not exist in real life, otherwise it just clip the wings of every aircraft trying to maneuver.
Flight 7744, roger, registration complete. Expect clearance at holding point for runway 25 to NH.
Not really the right aircraft to bring to Pune. It's designed for A320s and 737s, but they are too small to get us back to England, so we need a big bird like this. Now the nose wheel takes a long time to recenter on this, so you have to really think ahead about steering.
You're requesting out of cockpit at the holding point.
I do quite like the G-loaded camera. I think that adds a little bit of realism, so the outside world seems still, and then the aircraft moves around you because it's subjected to the G-forces. It's very, very clever. So what we should be doing now is, if we go down to the flight controls, and we'll make sure we've got full flight control movement, we've got elevators. I'm not going to do the rudder just yet because it's going to make us steer, but actually I will do. Got full rudder right, full rudder left. Yep, flight controls are good. Turn that button off. And then we'll do our takeoff config. So if we hit takeoff config, you can see up here we've got no blue warnings on takeoff. We are good to go. The aircraft is happy. This must be a little bit of an incline because we need a bit more fuel to get up here. little bit of fuel, a little bit of throttle, I should say. Bring up, so we're going to go up here to Mumbai, but first we need to get out of this airport. So along to Papa, and then Papa 1 hopefully should be the long runway, the long full length of the runway. So we've been cleared to the holding point, which includes crossing the additional runway. Otherwise we would have to stop here. Just double check.
Flight 803, enter backtrack, line up and wait, runway 23.
Papa 1's there, yep, so Papa 1 is our clearance. But we will still double check that nothing is going to try and take off or land on this runway when we're crossing it. Don't know if you all saw that video of the private jet going onto the runway just as the Southwest aircraft was landing. Don't really want to be responsible for something like that. Okay, so we want to be fully ready by the time we get there, so I'm just going to sneakily turn on all my lights. Lights will chime in the back. Aircraft's good to go. Got our takeoff config normal. Somebody remind me please to switch on the chrono, the clock, because I always forget.
Flight 7744 second, pulls on board.
Souls on board. We having a mayday.
Flight 7744, push and start approved, facing east on Delta 1, unit 1012.
Okay, next time we'll be on the ground is Newcastle. Quite a sharp turn that, isn't it? Again, I don't think there's those lampposts right there. This is Papa 1. Hopefully we'll get clearance just as we roll up to it. If not, I will request it. Airbus Industry 307 holding short runway 28, fully ready.
Industry 307, wind 070 degrees 06 knots, runway 28, left for takeoff.
Runway 28 cleared for takeoff, Airbus Industry 307. Let's go. This is always an exciting moment, isn't it? Just before your plane rolls onto the runway. TCAS is on standby. Let's just make sure that is in auto. Mode C, mode Charlie. Definitely going to oversteer this. Don't want to waste too much runway.
Flight 803, left for takeoff, runway 23, wind 330 degrees 04 knots.
Okay. Hit the chrono button. Let's light this candle. Takeoff speed's not inserted. Oh, yeah, I haven't put my V speeds in. This is what happens, kids, when you don't use checklists. Should use 1/2 forward. So wind is from the right, so the windsock there, so it's going to try and turn the nose to the right. 100 knots. I'm going to guess V speeds are about 150. Out there, pull the nose back. She's a heavy bird, but I don't know why it likes to. Trying to weathercock into the wind, which is good. Gear up. And we're up. Get the autopilot on early, just because I'm lazy. Why is it turning that way? Turn off the autopilot.
Identified, climb to flight level 330 unrestricted.
What was that for me?
Airbus interest 3307 identified, climb to flight level 360 unrestricted.
Climb flight level 360 unrestricted, Airbus Industry 307. We are overspeeding.
307, turn right, resume on navigation, direct, Bravo, Bravo, Bravo.
Turn right, resume on navigation, direct Bravo, 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 Airbus Industry 307. So, let's get this back.
Emirates 503 radar.
We want to fly direct to BBB, direct to insert. We also want to 360. So the reason I'm putting the autopilot on straight away is not out of laziness. Okay, partially out of laziness. That still needs to be in climb detent.
803, proceed direct to Boffin.
Come on. Definitely don't sink. So 360 unrestricted. Gears up. Proximity warning system. Should now start to see positive climb. Nav TCAS standby. Let's have a look at this.
803, proceed direct to Boffin.
It's on. That should take that off. There we go. Trim tank transfer. Ground spoilers armed, so we'll disarm the ground spoilers. That's disarmed. Did I hit chrono? Oh, I did. Oh, I reset. Okay, 3 minutes 16 seconds. I need to add on to the end of it. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. India is such a gorgeous country from the air. Yeah, like I said, the reason why I put the autopilot on is just because it's designed to be operated by 2 people, so there's a lot to do. So we need to turn off the APU bleed, that's going to come from the engines, and we can turn off the APU master switch. We are on our way. So how far is it to Mumbai? I know it's a 4-hour taxi ride. 12:01, so 10 minutes by plane. Standard pressure setting. Sorry, that's quite loud, isn't it? Just want to get above those mountains.
Air India 2024, Mumbai radar identified. Climb to flight level 350 unrestricted.
Just look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? There's a lake over there.
Project 180 clear to land, runway
What a great way to spend a Sunday afternoon.
300 degrees 07 knots.
Passing through 8,000 feet, you can see the turbulence is just rocking the aircraft just a little bit. So the APU power master switch is off, but it's still showing us spinning up enough to give us potential power here, so the APU is available, but that'll disappear in a moment once the APU spins down. That's my theory. If I go into the APU screen, why is it still on? Master switch is off.
iFly 7744, copy clearance.
That's off.
iFly 7744, you're cleared.
Ah, there we go. It's starting to wind down now.
Flight level 250. Departure
Must have been doing a cool down or something.
Radar vectors to VED-E. Climb initially 4,000 feet, squawk 0370.
Okay. Please do let me know in the comments if the VATSIM audio's good or bad. Wow. Look at those lakes. Didn't know there was lakes like that around Pune. And like I say, this is all satellite imagery, so should be fairly realistic. Certainly better than the default scenery. Great day for flying. Seatbelts are still on, and we're above 10,000 feet. I think it's smooth enough that we'll just turn the seatbelt signs off for our 30 passengers. And we can... Strobes are on, beacons on, wing we can turn off, nav lights we'll just put into 1. Turn off the nose lights because that's now attached to the nose wheel, which is up and locked. Beautiful. I am glad I'm going to be doing a bit more flying during the day next time I go to India. Just need to try and get a window seat.
Enter 33 taxi via November, Papa, holding point Papa 1, runway 28.
So we've got Mumbai up ahead. We also have an aircraft 3,200 feet above us, just to the left.
Jet Airways 404, radar.
Oh, look at the way the sun's just shining on that there. That's gorgeous.
Etihad 2, November, Lima.
And that'll be Mumbai down there. So Mumbai's on a bit of a peninsula.
Radar Jet Airways 404, go ahead. Jet Airways 404, leaving my airspace, Chennai Rock Line, Modi Unicom 122.8 per day.
Wow, just gorgeous.
2.8, you have a good day to Jet Airways 404.
Love just the gentle rock. Just like when you're on a plane, you know, it's never completely still. Not usually. It's always just a little bit of movement. So that aircraft is climbing, but we're climbing faster than it, so still 3,000 feet above us, somewhere out there. There it is. Air India 2024. Good call sign. If that's you, drop us a message in the chat. Oh, look at more of this scenery. Oh, I just love the way the lights just dancing on the water down there. So Mumbai is straight ahead under the nose. If we just shuffle wrong way, if we just shuffle forward in our seat down there, we should be able to see. It's probably down there. Yep, you can see that Air India down there is taxiing. Taxiing around. Yeah, this is Mumbai. Never spent any time in Mumbai, not really. Wow, look at that. Absolutely stunning. I have to say, the visuals on Xplane these days are getting pretty good. Clouds are still not quite there yet, but I know the next release, there was a preview of it on Reddit recently. The next release will revolutionize clouds and also things like volumetric lighting. To be honest, this is perfectly fine. Let's double check. Oh, we should have turned the engine start back to normal. What else have I forgotten to do? I think we're all good.
Flight 803, report ready to copy arrival. Flight 803 ready to copy, right? Flight 803 cleared, pop on to Alpha arrival, Boffin transition, runway 27.
So, just flying overhead. Mumbai now. So the reason why it's BBB is it used to be called Bombay. So there, if I turn on the airports, you'll see that it's called VAB, V-A-B-B. So V is, or VA, and also VO are India, and also VI, because VidP is Delhi. But yeah, it's VABB. Delhi, like I say, is VIDP. Chennai is VOMM, VOM, because it used to be called Madras before it became Chennai. So you can see all the old names are living on. Climbing through flight level 240.
Flight 115, Mumbai radar, good evening, readability 5.
Turn off the APU, and then what that means is if anything happens, if there's a problem with hydraulics or fuel or anything else, it will automatically switch this lower screen to the lower ECAM, engine control, no, engine electronic crew alerting and monitoring, something like that. This will automatically switch to the most relevant system to allow us to diagnose the issue. So we've got comfortable temperatures throughout the aircraft. What I'd like to do is, if we just look at progress, look at the progress page. This is what I'm after. What's the fuel on board calculation for landing at Newcastle? So we'll land with 13 tons of fuel, 12.9. This may drop a little bit just because we're still in a very a low fuel efficient mode. We're burning a lot of fuel right now, 11 tons per hour, because we're still in the climb. But this will settle down once we're in the cruise at a higher altitude with less air density to push through. So we've passed Bombay, or Mumbai.
Turn left, resume on navigation direct red key to flight level 250.
Top of climb will be at 12:10, 7 minutes. And then we're going to head out over the ocean to Exolu. We're going to head up towards Dubai. Is that one for me? Oh, missed going through the clouds. what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get out of the controlled airspace of Mumbai, and then we'll have a quick break because this is going to be a long flight. I'm going to take lots of breaks on this flight, and then when I come back from that, I'll take you through some of the systems and pages on the ECAM. Just a few things to look at down here just while we're waiting. So the main, sorry, let me start again. The Airbus A330 shares a very, very similar cockpit to the Airbus A320, the short-haul aircraft. In fact, you can be licensed on both the A330 and the A320 at the same time. You just got to do something called a CCS, which is a crew. I don't know, not a pilot. It's a certification which allows you to have.
Welcome to Mumbai. Taxi right onto November. Cross runway 14, November 1.
Which allows you to have a cross crew certification, maybe triple C, in fact. Now, one of the main differences is the additional MCDU here, call it the flight management system in Boeing's. Now what this allows is for you to have a third pilot on the jump seat, and they can then help to monitor and set up the aircraft and just support it basically. A few of the differences are on the A320 you've got two hydraulic systems, and on the A330 you've got an additional redundant system, so you've got blue, yellow and green on the A330, so you can have two systems fail and still have another one picking up the load. This is required for ETOPS operation, extended twin engine operations, over land and sea where you're far away from a suitable diversion airport for multiple hours. So just like this, we're out over the sea now. This is an ETOPS certified aircraft. But we aren't really going to go too far away from suitable landing points. I'll very quickly jump across to SimBrief and I'll show you what I mean. So I really do like SimBrief. I rave about it all the time. So if I just quickly scroll down towards the bottom, we'll get some really nice charts. Do we get charts? Yes, we do. So you can see for this initial heading, initial leg, as we go across here, there's a weather front. Sorry, I know this is a bit annoying, but I'm just turn that up a touch. It should also, does it give us ETOPS? Sure, it does give us ETOPS equidistant rings. Maybe it doesn't, because it's not going to be an ETOPS flight. See all the different winds and jet streams and stuff. Yeah, I thought it would give us some equidistant points, but it doesn't. It must give us alternates. Do we have en route alternates set up in here? Possibly not, because I didn't set them up. Maybe. Oh, it did say fuel bias +2. I probably should have added a little bit of fuel, but I think we'll be okay. I hope that's as clear for you as it is for me. I know when I've done recordings in the past, the Xpilot audio hasn't been great, so apologies if that's a bit weird. So the good thing about this is it tells you when you will leave the different FIRs, the flight information regions. So We left Pune, over Mumbai, BBB, Bravo, Bravo, Bravo. Top of climb here, which should be any minute now. Okay, there we go, 360. Then we'll head over to Exelu, Karku, Ancox, Raski. When do we switch across? So once we get to Mensa, we'll then switch across to the Emirates FIR. And that's going to be 2 hours into flight. Okay, so the first break is going to be a little bit of time away. See, these are the cumulative times ticking up. So we get to 2:36. So we are currently 18 minutes plus 3 minutes and 16 seconds that I... Oh. Why are we overspeeding? Shouldn't overspeed in a managed... that will be why. There we go. Auto throttle wasn't on. But we're good. Now we're good. You didn't see that. I'm not a very good director. So I'll take you through what happened. So we were overspeeding. I reduced the throttle. And then I noticed that the auto throttle button wasn't on. So that should have been pressed on after takeoff. But it wasn't. So we just managed to just creep into what's called the barber pole. I'm sure you've all seen those white and red stripy poles outside of barbers. Our speed just creeped into the bottom of the barber pole. So I reduced throttle and noticed the auto throttle wasn't engaged. Re-engaged it. Selected the climb detent on here. So when you move the throttle, that little notch tells you the detent that you're in. CL is climb, but you just leave it in climb all the way through the flight. On takeoff, we moved it all the way forward to the takeoff go-around detent, which gives you maximum power. And then also there's a flex takeoff option here, which is you can also use. I don't know what MCT stands for. If someone knows, please let me know. So at this point, if we hold down the recall button, it just says normal. Up here we've got... Ooh, I think that Air India that was on the ground next to us is just travelling from Pune to Mumbai. So we're at 3,600 feet, 36,000 feet on a standard pressure setting, which makes it a flight level. So we're on flight level 360. But if we go into performance, where does it say in here? Progress. Here we go. So right now the optimal flight level for us is 380. So I'm going to request a climb. Airbus Industry 307, request climb flight level 380.
Airbus Industry 307, climb to flight level 380.
Climb flight level 380, Airbus Industry 307. I know that sounds very duplicated. Basically just repeating what the other person said 3 times. But it just means that we're both on the same page and we are we haven't lost anything in the radio transmission, because radio is a bit unreliable. New cruise altitude 38,000, yep, that's right. What that's going to do is, it's going to do things like changing the cabin altitude, so the cabin altitude is 6,000 feet. It's going to try and maintain as close to that as possible by closing the outflow valves. Try and maintain it at the same pressure inside, even though the pressure outside is dropping. Let's see how it's doing. Okay. So it's not managing to maintain 6810, and the cabin is now climbing. That's how we refer to it. The altitude within the cabin is climbing. So you'll notice this as the pressure drops. Cabin altitude is basically just what's the relative pressure. So the higher the altitude, the lower the pressure is what it means. So we're now almost 7,000 feet. So if you climbed a mountain to 7,000 feet, the air would be as thin as it is in the cabin or the cockpit of this aircraft. And you'll notice when the pressure changes, your ears pop. That's what you're experiencing. The pressure in your outer ear and your inner ear are not the same, so you swallow and it equalizes the pressure. So I guess that's... Why is that flashing? Is that because it's not on our selected flight level? We'll see. If it stops flashing when we get there, then it is. If it's not, it's probably because it still thinks we're only going to fly to 36,000 feet today, which was our initial climb. So the cabin altitude is probably going to settle, well, not far from that really, close to 7,000 feet. Current time is 12:17 UTC. What time are we going to get into Newcastle? We'll get there just before 10 o'clock tonight. It's a long flight. Quite like long flights. Not hearing anything from Mumbai radar. Might just be quiet. If we go another 10 minutes without hearing anything, I'm going to do a quick radio check. What does that do? Video. A Netflix button, isn't it? Turn that off. Cam select. Cockpit entry. I'm sure there's a way of getting... So camera on here? I have no idea. Not a clue. Sun is high in the sky. We're basically going to chase the sun home. So all the way back home we should have daylight for most of it. So although it looks like the sun's about to dip over the western horizon, it's not. It's going to pretty much be there for the whole flight home. We could even, if you go into the view option, you can even put your sunglasses on. There we go. Just makes everything just a little bit dimmer. Highly recommended. Oh, oxygen mask. Don't know why that was on. Bit strange. So let's just widen up the range on this. See if we've got any traffic around us. We've left the airports on just so we can see where the nearest ones are in case of an emergency. And we can even pull up the map. Let's see where we are in the world. So we've left this part of India, and then up here we've got another part of India. And then we'll start to head up. At some point this will become Pakistan, and then we'll be over Dubai. I'll put the terrain on ND. Just reduce the... You see there, so this is just returning water, so this is now pointing the weather radar down. Oh, that's cool, I like the swoop it's doing. You see we've got terrain off to the right, so this is the sea, this is the land, a little bit of high ground further off to the north, over here. But for now it's all just sea. This will be a bit more of a return there from the higher ground. When we get over Europe, and we're flying near the Alps, maybe a little bit too far north for the Alps, but okay, so we can now switch across to Unicom, which is 122.8. And I think this might be a good time for us to have a quick break. So let's do that. I'll see you in a few moments. And we're back. So just testing out the audio. It sounds like things are coming through pretty good. Did a bit of a test, bit of a replay of the audio from earlier on in the flight as well. Make sure the air traffic control wasn't overwhelming the audio. What's OP? Let me pop this back up. OPKC Tower. This is Karachi, so that's in Pakistan. It's also a tower frequency, so it doesn't reach all the way up here into the upper flight levels. Should we start tracking how far away we are from Dubai? So how do we do that again? Progress, update at OMDB. Everybody just naturally knows the ICAO codes of airports around the world, right? So update at... Nope. That is not what I wanted to do. Clear. We are not at OMDB. I wanted to find... there it is, sorry. OMDB. So we are 764 miles away from Dubai on a heading of 290. 290. So we're more or less heading in that direction, which is good. What else? We can also look at... So let's say we had an issue. At this point we would probably want to head back to Mumbai. So 760 miles to Dubai, 300 miles to Mumbai. So we'd probably just turn it around and go to Mumbai at this point. Not really a lot to see outside the windows. Should we go for a bit of a tour? I know I said I would look through the MCDU settings. I'll do that shortly. First, I am going to unlock the cockpit door. And we'll go for a little bit of a wander. We'll go... Oh, it's louder out here. We'll go have... Always press the wrong button there. Can you... get in the toilets? Nope. Probably for the best. Have a wander around the cabin. Quite creepy. There's a really good video which I'll try and remember to drop in as a link. There's a great video by Steve Giordano, I think he's called. He's one of the owners of Nomadic Flight Services, and they do ferry flights of empty aircraft for lessors and stuff like that. And he said that because he flies empty aircraft everywhere, he often goes for like a walk around to stretch his legs mid-galley. And he said that it is very creepy sometimes walking around empty aircraft. There was one aircraft that was supposed to be haunted. Ooh, did you hear that? Change in the... because we're now behind the engines. So you get the rumble from the exhaust of the engines towards the back. That's why first class is in the front. Because it's quieter, it's in front of the engines. You don't get that rumble up front. So us lot who have to sit in the back, we get the worst noise, while those who spend the big bucks... Ah, so this is interesting. So the Airbus... oh no, it is the A330. So I flew from Amsterdam to Portland a few years ago, and in the middle of the flight, we were about 3 hours since the last meal service, and we had a couple of hours before the next meal service, so the crew were just on the cabin crew were on a bit of a break, and they'd all kind of huddled behind this curtain in the back. Does that curtain move? No. But they were all just huddled in here, having a bit of a chat and some food and stuff. And I disturbed them for a bottle of water. But yeah, it's quite cool. Just this is obviously the back of the aircraft. Then behind there you've got the APU and the tail cone and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's pretty realistic. How do I get out of here? If I go the right way, that will help. Something I've mentioned before, but I'm not sure if I put that video out just yet. The rear part of the aircraft, these windows go up, and the floor goes up. You've actually got to climb up these last few steps to the back of the aircraft, and that's because they needed to raise the floor so that there's enough room to put another LD3 luggage container underneath. So it seems like a bit of a design flaw, but yeah, that's what we're left with. So we'll just skip over here. Oh, we'll have a look out the window. Look at that. That is gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Try and find a better vantage point. Ooh, we've passed the engines, so just get the grinder noise, but not the roar from the back of the engine. See the beacon light flashing on there. That's quite nice. Long wings on these. Nice and smooth for now. Detail is just fantastic on this aircraft. A bit blurry those textures when you zoom in, but from here looks really nice. Nice shiny front cowl on there. So, ooh, that was a bit loud. Sorry about that. So, front cowl is the brother of Simon Cowell from X Factor fame and America's Got Talent and Britain's Got Talent. That's a joke. So, first class seats, you don't get to see much of the wing. Such a big aircraft this, such a big aircraft. And then I have left the cockpit door open, but yeah, empty flight. So we'll jump back in here. I'll shut this door just to get some of the noise. How do I shut the door once it's opened? Like that. And then we're in the nice quiet cockpit. Just going to press my quick sit down button. Not really much to see. The day star, as my friends call it over there. Lighting up the sea. If I skip over here to the first officer's seat, can I see any land, anything in the distance? Not a bean. Nothing at all. No, we are properly over the ocean. Or at least the Arabian Sea. Over here, nothing around us for miles and miles and miles. Lots of boats. Seagulls over here, apparently. Change this to IFR high. You'll see that we are on this route here, which is Lima 301. That's going to take us all the way up to, what's the next waypoint? Ancox, then Rasky, and then we'll take a slight left-hand turn. Just to maintain feet wet, so we'll keep over the water. Before heading over Dubai. Now I have some food in the oven for my daughter. I'm seriously multitasking here. So I'll need to go and sort that out in a minute, and when I get back from doing that, we will talk about the MCDU and the different modes. So, if you'll be so kind just to give me a couple of moments, I'll be back in just a sec. Let's move this down here a bit. There we go. Doesn't block the sun that way. And I'll be back once my daughter is fed. She may turn up later on and ask some questions. So we'll have that to look forward to. See you in a moment. And we're back again. My ravenous daughter has been fed. She's at the age now where she's just having growth spurts all the time. It's very hard to keep her fully fed. So we were going to talk through the MCDU mode control panel. Is that there? Don't know what this is called. These are the MCDU settings, the ECAM settings. So we can go into the engine page. The upper ECAM always shows you the engine. So let's go through these one by one. Top right, we've got the climb. We've got the mode of the FIR deck, the full authority digital engine control. So we're currently in climb mode. See there, we're in the climb detent, and that basically sets a limit of 92% maximum continuous. Oh, got a little bit of chop there, a little bit of turbulence. 92.8% of the maximum of the fully continuous engine thrust. So you can see the N1 is currently around about 87.5%. The climb detent limits you to 92.8 based on our weight and performance and all those different things as well. N1 is the big front fan that you see when you're boarding the front steps of a plane. EGT is exhaust gas temperature in degrees centigrade. So it's currently about 750 degrees centigrade. It would basically vaporize you if you stood behind it. These engines are Rolls-Royce Trent 7. They're not 772s. That's from the old A330. I think the Trent 7000s on the Neos. Now Rolls-Royce have always, or tend to use, a 3-spool engine system. So rather than just having an N1, which is the biggest disc at the front, and an N2, which is an internal turbine speed, they actually add a third turbine spool. So you've actually got 3 monitors on all 3 of those. Not sure what the N stands for. Just trying to think if I can think of anything that makes sense, but yeah, it's just these are the different turbines within the system. FF is fuel flow in pounds per hour, so we're currently consuming about 6 imperial tons of fuel either side, so 12 tons per hour across both engines. So when we were climbing, we were consuming 11 tons either side. So you can see when you're in the climb, you use a lot more fuel than when you're in the cruise. N2 is an internal turbine speed. Fuel used, so we've used about 9.5 tons either side. You may think, well, why have you used a bit more on the left hand side? I'm pretty sure that's because the APU, the auxiliary power unit that we use on the ground, pulls fuel from the left fuel tank. Hang on, no, these are engines, aren't they? So why does the left engine use more fuel? It was started first. Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just because it was started first. What I was thinking of when we get to the fuel page is we may see the left fuel tank is actually has used more fuel than the right fuel tank, and that's because the APU will pull it from one fuel tank, not the other. Oil quantity is 10. I don't know if that's good or bad, or if it's tons or milliliters or whatever, but yeah, it's not at the bottom and it's not at the top, so that to me looks good. PSI, I'm guessing this is oil pressure. So current oil pressure is about 171. Just wondering why is our engine... Just wondering if the winds were changing that much. Slight changes in the wind, but it shouldn't be causing a lot of fuel, a lot of throttle changes. Who knows? So oil pressure, again, it's not at the bottom in the red, it's not at the top, so that looks good too. Oil temperature, 130 degrees Celsius, seems very, very hot, but also it's not water, it's oil, so it'll have a different boiling temperature, so 130 seems okay to me. Vibration, I remember pre 9/11 going into the cockpit of Air Tours, no, was it Air Tours? It was either Air Tours or Britannia, because we always flew on one of those two. I think it was Britannia, 757. So me and my dad went to the front, spoke to the captains and that sort of thing. And he basically said that as long as the vibration on the N1 or any of these vibrations were 1 or below, then that was fine. So close on the N2, but he said that they looked for 1. Again, don't know what that's actually measuring, but it all seems okay. TAT, which is, I think it's the true air temperature, which is, so the outside temperature is 52 degrees, minus 52 degrees centigrade, really cold, but we're moving through the through that air, so we're causing friction. So I'm sure that's called true air temperature, but some people call it temperature at tip. It's temperature at the tip of the temperature probe, which will show 20 because it's not just measuring the temperature, it's also measuring the heating effect of the aircraft moving through it. So the aircraft isn't really experiencing minus 52 degrees Celsius centigrade. It's only experiencing minus 20 because of the friction and the heating effect of the aircraft moving through it. ISA is the International Standard Atmosphere, so we're currently plus 4 degrees above the International Standard Atmosphere. This is just a standard set of atmospheric conditions, so a pressure setting and a temperature setting. Now because we're near the equator, it does make sense for the standard for us to be slightly higher than the standard, bearing in mind that this temperature also covers the rest of the world all the way up to the poles and that sort of thing. So close to the poles you'll probably find that we're lower than the international standard, and around about the temperate areas of North America and Europe we're pretty close to ISA. Temperature, it's just gone 4 minutes past 1. Our current gross weight is 419 tons, imperial tons, and the gross weight centre of gravity, so our current centre of gravity right now is 37.8% of the length of the aircraft. So from the nose you go back 37.8% of the it's actually of the moment arm of the elevator of the horizontal tail plane, and that gives you your centre of gravity. So basically the small wings on the back of the plane, the horizontal tail plane, the horizontal stabilizer, that is there to constantly push the tail of the aircraft down. Okay, so the weight of the centre of gravity is usually towards the front. It's in front of the wings slightly, and those wings on the back, the horizontal tail plane, it's called a THS, trimmable horizontal stabilizer. The THS is there to push the tail down. Now, what happens in the event of a stall? So let's say we'll go really slow, there's not enough airflow over the wings and also over the THS. What happens is the THS stalls before the wings stall. What does that mean? The THS can no longer, the trimmable horizontal stabilizer can't produce enough force to keep the tail up. So it pushes the tail down, the nose up. So when the THS stalls first, the nose drops. What that means is you reduce the angle of attack on the wings. The wings then, the speed of the aircraft increases. The angle of angle of attack reduces as well, and the stall is broken. So the aircraft is designed to stall in a way that breaks the stall. You don't just find yourself doing a flat spin, although the A330 has encountered a flat spin situation with Air France 447, but I think that was also due to a bit of mistraining of the pilots. Okay, so we've done over gross weight. done CG. That's engine. Let's look at the bleed system. So the air in the aircraft comes in through the engines. So it comes in through the engines. So we've got 11 degrees Celsius. I'm not actually going to pretend to know what these mean. We've got low and high pressure air coming in, I guess. So that's intermediate pressure. I'm sure these are the turbines. So you've got high pressure from inside the engine and intermediate pressure, and then there'll be some kind of low pressure coming in. So you can see the air coming in from the engines. Is that right? Maybe that's the temperature leaving the engines. So we're basically getting 200 degrees Celsius air coming in to the cabin through here. That's right. So it'll be coming in from the engines, from the internal turbine. It'll be reaching the cabin at 160. It'll be reaching the packs at 160 degrees, and then it'll be getting mixed with external air to bring the temperature down to 11 degrees, and that will then provide air conditioning to the cabin. Pressure. Under pressure. So the delta P is the difference of the pressure between the inside and the outside of the aircraft. So we currently have 8.3 pounds per inch, pounds per square inch, which basically means if you see someone in flight trying to open the door of an aircraft, just let them. They can't get over a ton per pound, 1,000 pounds per square foot of pressure on the door. The door's not moving. The door's not going anywhere. You're absolutely safe. But there is a lot of pressure on the aircraft, on the inside of the aircraft. Right now, the vertical speed of the cabin is 0, and the cabin altitude has settled in nicely at 7,000 feet. So you can breathe pretty well up to about 10,000 feet, at which point you start to get hypoxic. Some people do start to get hypoxic lower, so we do try and keep, or the aircrafts do try and keep you at 8,000 feet cabin altitude or greater. Let's have a quick look to see if there's any other air traffic controllers online. There's not. Let me just bring that up for your view. So yeah, still nothing online. So vertical speed, cabin altitude 7,000. Yeah, when you get hypoxic, your body's just not getting enough oxygen. Now what's weird is the body is very sensitive to having too much carbon dioxide. So your body will know if there's too much carbon dioxide. You'll start to cough, you'll start to feel ill, you'll really start to feel the effects. But the body's not designed, because we were never expected, I guess, by evolution to find ourselves at 10,000 feet above the ground. Our bodies aren't designed for detecting when we have low oxygen in the air that we breathe. So hypoxia affects us in weird ways. It basically gives you a feeling of euphoria, so you feel great when you have less oxygen. But it also means that your brain stops functioning properly. So your ability to reason about the situation is the first thing that goes. As a pilot, that's really dangerous, because you can't even. You're so happy and joyful and stuff like that. You're not even inclined to detect why you're feeling that way. It's a bit weird. So that's cabin altitude. Here you can see, so the aircraft isn't airtight. There are valves and there are openings, and you can see we've got packs 1 and 2, which is the pneumatic air conditioning kit 1 and 2 is going into the cabin, and then air is escaping slightly through the forward outflow valve and through the aft outflow valve. And if they get locked in place and the delta P starts to get too high, so if we get into the orange region, then you'll start to see the safety valves will start to open. So let's have a look. Landing elevation, auto, 270 feet. So as we start to descend, the delta P will start to reduce to 0, so that when we're on the ground, there'll be no differential in pressure. These valves will start to open, and then it'll be the same pressure inside and outside, so the cabin crew can actually open the doors when we land. Electric AC. So this is going through from the integrated drive generator, the IDG 1 and 2. See the temperatures in them. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's in green, so I'm hoping that's okay. They then go through to the AC 1 and 2 transformer units, and also we've got APU. Why is that going into the APU? Bit strange. So yeah, and this goes into the AC, the alternating current essential bus, and this gives you all of the essential power for flight controls and stuff like that. I'm sure there's also, I'm not sure if the galleys and the seat back stuff is on AC as well, but I don't know if it's coming in through here. Emergency generator, so I think that's the RAT, the ram air turbine. So if we suddenly lost all power and the APU didn't come on, then we can pop the RAT, which is, where's the RAT? Where is the RAT? Is it in the electrical? That's the ESS feed. That's what we're just talking about. This pictorial here is exactly what you'll see on the ECAM. AC essential bus. Where's DC? I'm being really silly here. Ah, yeah. So the RAT is over here. RAT manual on. So so the RAT is a little fan that pops out. Must be that one. Must be that. Emergency electrical power. So we can pop the RAT out the side of the aircraft, and then the airflow just spins around, just generates electrical power and also hydraulics. So I'll go into the green system up here. Like I say, this is just stuff that I've learned over the years. It's not for any sort of training whatsoever. I have just sharing what I've learned. So let's look at the DC. So we've got DC from the battery. We've got DC going to the essential bus as well. I don't know anything more about this, to be honest. So DC is generated from AC converters. Yeah, that's all I know. Let's look at the hydraulics. Essential for flying. So we've got 3000 psi in the hydraulic systems. This is the hydraulic quantity. So you can see, I think it's because we're using the green system now. That's slightly lower because it's in use, and these are still showing at maximum. But we're not down to the red or the orange there, so that's all good. You can also transfer. So rather than using the hydraulic motors, you can use the electric motors to drive the hydraulics. And there's something if you've ever flown on an Airbus A320, and as you're waiting to get off the plane, you'll hear like a barking noise, like a burp, 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 burp from underneath the floor. That's called the PTU, the power transfer unit, and that takes electrical power and transfers it into the hydraulic system. So when the engines turn off, the PTU will be transferring. Will be using the electrical engines to power the hydraulic motors, or at least the hydraulic system, and that will allow the aircraft to do things like raise its flaps and do various other things that are required with hydraulic power. That's hydraulic. CB circuit breakers, all normal. APU's off at the moment, but we saw this earlier on, so the APU generator's off. There's no bleed, there's no air coming from the APU. We used nearly half a ton of fuel by powering the APU on the ground earlier on. The N, so this does have a turbine in it, so that's the turbine speed, and it does have obviously an exhaust, so we can monitor the exhaust gas temperature. An increase in exhaust gas temperature is a good indication that something isn't right. So yeah, we will get alerts if that goes into the red. That's the APU, conditioning system. So you can see we've got hot air coming from the engines. It's being mixed with cool air from outside, and then it's giving us a nice comfortable temperature in the cabin. Bulk is bulk cargo, that's underneath the floor. Forward cargo is here. I guess there's no pressurization of the mid cargo or rear cargo. I don't know. But it's interesting to know that the forward cargo can be independently heated. So if you're taking animals, they would end up in the forward cargo section. Doors, hopefully all closed, and also the slides are activated. Next time you're on a flight, just before or just after pushing back, you'll hear the captain or one of the pilots come over the intercom, and they'll say something like, cabin crew doors to manual and cross-check. Doors to automatic and cross-check. And what that means is, if anyone tries to open the door, and the door opens, the slides will automatically be deployed. So what you're seeing here is doors in automatic. So in other words, the slides are armed. And cross-check basically means you're going to have a member of the cabin crew on each door, and they will just swap around and just check that the other door is also in automatic. And then after you've landed, the captain will come across the intercom again and say doors to manual and cross-check, so that when the door opens at the front, when you try to connect it to the jetway or the stairs are pulled up, it doesn't deploy the slides. So that's the doors. Wheels. So gives you the pressure in all of the wheels, all the tyres. You can see these green things. These are actually the doors, the gear doors. So they are currently showing up and locked. And there's the two nose gear doors, up and locked. Temperature in the tyres is 20 degrees. Actually, I think that's the brake temperature rather than the tyres themselves, but I'm not 100% certain. It would make a lot more sense if it was brake temperature, because once you get to a high brake temperature, the brakes don't work as well, and then you'd have to turn on the brake fan, which is up here. Can I turn it on in flight? I can, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. Okay, flight controls. So as we're flying along, rudder's not going to be doing a whole lot. You may see the ailerons are just gently moving up and down here. We've got no speed brakes here. Again, elevators, you may just see the elevators just very gently moving, just to keep us flying nice and level. That's the left aileron, and you can see the left aileron is powered by, so the left part of the left aileron is powered by the yellow and green hydraulic systems, and the right part of the left aileron is powered by the green and the blue systems. So as I mentioned before, you can lose you could lose the yellow and the green system, and the blue would still give you ailerons, and the same for the other systems too. Again, for pitch trim, you've got blue and yellow for pitch trim, and you've got green, blue and yellow for rudders. So you've got lots of redundancy across the different systems here. Prim and sec, you would think this is primary and secondary. It's not, to the best of my knowledge. This is primary flight controls, which is ailerons, or primary flight controls, ailerons, elevators, and rudder. And then sec is actually secondary elevator control, to the best of my knowledge, and that allows you to have these are the computer systems that control these different systems. So again, you can lose some of these systems and it will automatically pick up the load with another one. Lots of redundancy. Fuel, very important page. So we've got loads of fuel tanks in the 330. We generally use fuel from the center fuel tank first and keep the fuel in the wings, because that counteracts the lifting moment that you get from the airflow. So these kind of weigh the wings down so that they don't bend as much, just reduces the load on the wings. So we'll use the fuel from the center tank first, and then from the middle, the wing tanks, and then you'll notice that the outer tanks aren't connected up to fuel pumps. So what will happen is, as the wing tanks start to reduce, you'll see a transfer of the fuel from the outer wing tanks into the main wing tanks here, and they will then go out to the engines up here. So currently using, fuel used 24 tons, and you can see the fuel used ticking up on both sides here. APU, let's have a look. Fuel flow 1+2, so we're using 190 pounds of fuel per minute. So we're using an average human weight of fuel every minute. It's quite a lot, especially on long flights where you've got hundreds of minutes of fuel. Fuel on board is still 102 tons. What's that number going to be? Oh yeah, so that there is fuel. There's a little fuel tank in the tail of the aircraft, which I guess at some point will be transferred through to the main fuel tanks. I've not actually seen this before, so I don't know when that transfer may happen. If I have a look up here at the fuel section, T-tank, tail tank, so we can feed that through manually, I guess. But yeah, it's best just to let the automatics do all that for us. That's fuel. And then if you press the all button, you can cycle through all the different screens. But that's it. And if you deselect it, hang on, I think it thinks I'm trying to move the throttles, then it will just give you the best screen it can. So this is the automatic screen. It's in cruise mode, telling you the fuel, oil, air. It's giving you a good mixture of different pieces of information here. How are we doing? The sun still hasn't set. We're starting to get a little bit of an orange glow down here. Now as we start to turn right and head north, that's when we'll start to catch the sun up a little bit. So we're not like Concorde, we're not a supersonic aircraft, but the curvature of the Earth as we get to the north means that we'll get to see the sun off to our left hand side for most of the flight. So that is that. I'm going to quickly have a quick look to see if we've got any questions. No questions, but I can see a few people joining and leaving, which is good. I hope this is providing a little bit of entertainment value for you this afternoon. How far now to Dubai? So we're now 500 miles from Mumbai. If we do OMDB again, orchestral maneuvers in the dark, B. So now we would opt, in the case of an emergency, we would opt to fly to Dubai, because we're past that halfway point. I'm sure there's a way in here where you can actually set up equidistant points, but I'm not sure if it's modelled yet on the Toliss. Radio nav. Is it data? There we go, equitime point. So if we set this up with OMDB, so between VAB, VABB, Got one there. Give it a chance just to recalculate. ETP, so aircraft 2, ETP sequenced. What we should see, or what I was expecting to see on here, is to see some big circles of dotted green lines. It's not a constraint. Actual VORs, NDBs, that's amazing. Amazing that they still exist. I don't know how to get the equi-time point showing up in here. If I go back to flight plan. Doesn't seem to be showing. Just don't know why that's not showing up. So yeah, anyway, this gives you the indication. So now that we're past VABB being useful to us, let's think, what should our next alternate be? So I don't really want to land anywhere in Kuwait or Iraq. So what is the name of the new Istanbul? I'm just googling this in the background. So Istanbul Airport. ICAO, that's the code that we need. LTFM. So let's say Istanbul is going to be the next one after OMDB. Seems quite far away, doesn't it? But those are pretty much the alternates that we'd like to land at. So that has calculated the equi-time point. Why didn't that show up when I did VABB? Is that because we've passed that point? ETP sequenced. Yep, must be because we've passed that point. Just trying to think if there's any other airports I know the code of. I don't. It's failing me. So LTFM. Learn the flipping manual. Pop that in there. So we'll cross overhead Dubai at 14:25, so in 55 minutes. And then if we hit any issues between there and the equi-time point is 1,311 miles at 1640. So anytime before 1640, 1639, we would turn back and we would land at Dubai for technical or medical emergencies. So those are set. I was hoping that we'd see an ETP symbol somewhere on the nav, but maybe we'll see that once we get closer to 1640 time. We may get to see a sunset and then a sunrise as we fly west and then northwest. We may have to wait and see. It may just turn out to be a very, very long sunset. Please do jump in and ask any questions if you've got any thoughts about the plane, if you want anything clarified. I'll do my best to talk about it. I will do a section later on about the overhead. I'll talk through all the different buttons and what they mean, but we've still got quite a long flight ahead of us, so I'll save that for later. It's potentially going to get dark in here soon, so if I can just remember, where is the journey button thing? Is that an integrated light? I think that's the light behind the switches, which it is. Yep. I'm sure there's another switch somewhere up here that will let you change the lighting. Ah, hang on. So that's the brightness of the displays. Ceiling lighting, not mapped. Map light. Console light. Foot warmer. Ooh, yes please. Sounds good. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good for now. Quite a nice view. Have a pull up the map, and if we show the VFR sectional, so Xplane doesn't let you see too far ahead. Just shows you the box that you're in. But what is interesting is we've got a Emirates flight ahead of us. Let's see if they're going to turn left and head towards us, in which case we'll need to monitor their altitude. Or if they're going to continue heading down here, maybe they're off to the Maldives or something like that. Let's see, are they going to turn? Oh, I think they're turning because they're cutting the corner. These aircraft travel so fast that you have to cut the corner. So that to me looks like it's heading towards us. And you can see the closing speed. It's quite quick, so let's have a quick look on our TCAS. You can see it there, it's 1,000 feet above. So that's fine, we will be separated vertically from that aircraft. But we should still keep an eye on it. Let's just zoom in a little bit, because that's still 80 miles away. But because we're both doing Mach decimal 8 plus, then that 80 miles will actually disappear pretty quickly. So it's now 60 miles away. It's out there somewhere. See if I can get the VATSIM label showing up. There it is. Lit by the setting sun. So we should see that pretty close. We'll see that fly straight over the top of us. In probably about, I don't know, what's that, 5 minutes or so. Okay, once we have the excitement of this aircraft passing overhead, we'll try and identify it just from the looks of it. That's the nerdy plane thing to do, right? Sure you do the same when you're travelling. I'm going to take a quick break. Grab a top up of my drink. Oh, actually I already have coffee left. And then we'll come back and do the overhead. Is it there, isn't it? Yep. Triple seven. Gotta be a 777. So it's within 20 miles of us now. Keep our wits about us. It's just up there. Now I know that sometimes pilots, when a plane comes past, they'll flash their landing lights at them. Don't think that works on VATSIM or on VATSIM. So we'll just enjoy them flying overhead. And when I come back as well, I'll show you how we can find out more information about that plane and just confirm my suspicions that it is in fact 777. Does look very much like a 777. That's really cool. So you can see the wind is from slightly from the left. That's blowing their contrail over to the right hand side as we're looking at it. Super cool. Okay, let's give you a slightly better view. Jump into the center here. If you guys could just monitor my fuel for me, that would be awesome. And I'll be back in a moment. And we're back. So, sun is definitely setting, starting to get some more clouds in the sky as we're heading more towards... No, where are we? So I mentioned before, if you hit the M button, you can actually just start to see the land down here, so you can start to get an understanding of where we are. SUR down here is Sir, in Oman, I believe. But you can't drag it any further, so it's an issue trying to understand where you are in Xplane. But if I can figure out my... just see the planes just... oh no, it is actually making a right turn. I've noticed just while we were on the break that the aircraft was kind of battling against this fairly strong wind from the front left quarter, so doing a great job as usual. It's also nice just to start seeing the effect of the lighting as it's getting slightly darker outside. I think the lighting in here is now starting to be a bit more effective. Laminar Research have really got their lighting model on point, and if they're going to make it even better in 12.1.14 or something like that, it's or 12, I don't know. The next version is I'm not even sure how they're going to see improvements to what they already have. So what I was going to show you is this. So if you go to map.vatsim.net, it will redirect you to this, which is vatsim-radar.com, or you could just go to vatsim-radar.com, and you can see here's our aircraft in the world. You can zoom out and you can see everybody on Vatsim now, all of the nerds in one place. You can see all the air traffic control that's online. Loads of information. You can even see that plane that passed behind us before that I said was absolutely a 777, but is actually Airbus A350-900. Where did I see that? I've clicked on this before. I'm sure there it is. Aircraft type 359, Airbus A350-900. Not a 777. I got that wrong, but you know. So this is us, Airbus Industry 307. Currently to the northeast of Sir, just to the east of Muscat, and we are going to follow Emirates 603, which is a 777. Just saying. Up here, we're going to pass over the peninsula here, and then up towards Q8. We're going to join this quite a busy airway, so you can see all these A380s. The Lufthansa A380, they're all going to be travelling up here, across Iraq, staying to the east of Syria, and then into Turkey. So that's the route we're going to take. And this is us just down here. So there is a bit of traffic around. There's another Emirates A350-900. Is it just me, or did I miss the launch of the A350-900 with Emirates? I wasn't aware that they had those yet, but pretty cool if they do. I think it does match their mission profile. Extra wide body and very long range flights. And their pilots have got Airbus experience on the A380s, so some easy conversions there. Does make a lot of strategic sense. So we are currently here, over the Sea of Oman, and what I didn't realise, I've learned something here, is as we look at our flight plan, we have actually got, it's not working, we've got these step climbs in the flight plan already, so we will climb to a maximum cruising altitude of flight level 400 at Resak. Now I can't remember for the life of me where Resak is in our flight plan. There's Mythics. I'm pretty sure Mythics was that one of the... Yep, Mythics. So we'll climb to 380, but we've already done that. So we're a bit ahead of the game there. And what was the next one? What's it called? Resac. That's it. Climb to 4,000 at Resac. So that's here. So this is when we're 4 hours 21 minutes into the flight. That will be when we are in the Baghdad FIR before we get into Turkey's flight information region from Ankara. That sun is not setting. We're still going fast enough to keep it there in the sky. But it is definitely getting ever so slowly lower in the sky. Oh, hang on. Done that thing again. Let me switch across. There we go. Sun is trying to get low in the sky. It's trying to set, but we are going so fast that we're catching it up. We're not allowing it to set. Now, if I just bring Xpilot back up again, you'll notice that we do have some Dubai controllers online. We've got a couple of ATIS controllers on. We've got delivery, and we've got ground. But there's nothing. There's no centres online, which means that there's no one controlling us at this point in time. I'm going to very quickly walk you through the overhead. So we'll go right up as far as we can. My understanding is this area up here is just never used. It's for extreme emergencies or very extremely unusual events. Leak measurement valves, really? Don't know what they do. FADEC ground power, that's your engine control ground power. APU auto extinguisher reset, interesting. Doors. Don't know what that is. SW override, not a clue. Data loading, I'm guessing this is when you're updating the onboard navigation. We've got lots and lots of circuit breakers. Ooh, reading lights for the pilot and the co-pilot, or the captain and the first officer. Toilet, so that'll let you know if somebody's at the toilet. That will shine up if the portable equipment and wireless is switched on, which is this setting down here. Or not. Marvellous. ELT is the emergency locator transmitter. So if we ditch somewhere or crash or whatever, then this will start emitting a signal on frequency 121.5, and that will then notify emergency services of the issue. What's this? Headset plugins, landscape camera. Oh, so that's there's a camera in the tail, I guess. And that's for people to be able to watch it. Watch the aircraft from above. Personal electric supply, so this is, I don't know, if there's ever a fault or something like that, you can actually turn off the charging in the back. PAX systems, PAX comms, so yeah, this is just your in-flight entertainment systems, you can turn it on and off. PAX SATCOM, whether or not you want to have internet for your passengers. PAX is passengers. You've got your flight, you've got your fire systems here, so you can test the APU, or you can test the engine fire systems at any point during the flight or on the ground. Backup radio up here. You've got your air data. Let's go from down these columns. So you've got your air data inertial reference systems. You've got your inertial reference 1, 2, and 3. and your air data reference 1, 2 and 3 as well. They're currently in nav as they should be. Flight controls, we've got turbulence damping, I guess that's on at the minute, and then you've got shielded under these gates. You've got your primary flight control systems and you've got your secondary elevator controls there as well. So it's not primary and secondary, it's primary and secondary elevator controls. Is it secondary elevator controls? Something's ringing a bell here. No, it's gone. If it comes back to me, we can come back to that. Fuel tanks, so you can start to jettison fuel. It's a long-haul aircraft, so it often takes off with more fuel or at a higher weight than the max landing weight. So you can use these controls to jettison some fuel. Triggering an evacuation. It could just be the captain, or it can be the captain and the purser, who's the lead flight attendant. You can turn off the... So I can actually trigger an evacuation by pressing that, which I'm not going to do. Definitely going to do it soon though, just because I've not done it before. Emergency power, so I'm guessing this is the RAT. Land recovery, don't know what that does. Emergency generator test, not going to press that now. Ooh, it's getting darker all of a sudden. GPWS, which is ground proximity warning system, so this will tell you if there's terrain. You can also disable it, but you can disable the ground proximity warning system if you're on the glide slope and if the flaps are down and stuff like that. It disables GPWS. Flight recorder, oxygen system, and then you can also call people up. So you can call the mechanic. What does that do? Just makes it go bong. Forward. Call everyone. What does emergency call do? I'm not going to press that, not right now. Rain repellent, you can turn on the wipers. Okay, you can... Within the fire system, we've talked about the hydraulic system. So these are effectively pumps, so there's an electric driven pump and an engine driven pump. So that's what I meant before. When you land, then you'll switch across from using an engine-driven pump to the engine electric-driven pump, and that's your power transfer unit, that box underneath the under the floor. Fuel, I mentioned you've got lots of different fuel tanks. You've got outboard wing fuel tanks, inboard wing fuel tanks. As we've all discovered together, we've now got a tail tank. Centre fuel tanks, which even on a long flight like this, even though we've got hours and hours and hours ahead of us, centre fuel tank is empty today. We've got all the fuel we need just in the wings. You can see these go out to the different engines. So generally the right hand side wing will fuel the right hand side engine, left hand side wing tanks will fuel the left hand side engine. But if there's ever a problem with getting fuel out of one system or the other, you can do a fuel cross feed, and then that will feed fuel from one side to the other. A little bit further down we have our electrical systems. So there's two big batteries. There's also the battery for the APU. We've got power to the galley, which is the cooking. You've got commercial, which is any way that the aircraft can make money. So that's probably flight, the, what do you call it? In-flight entertainment, I'm guessing, something like that. Don't know. You've got your essential bus here, you've got your AC essential bus, you've got power coming from the integrated drive generator of the engine. You've got external power, so it's a big aircraft, so it will accept 2 external power sources. That all goes through the bus tie. You can also add in the APU generator here, so there's lots of ways of getting energy into the systems. This here doesn't change which battery is in use, it just tells you which one is being monitored. So voltage on battery 1 is 26.6, slightly higher voltage in the other one, and then the APU battery is on 26.5. All fine. Air, so currently provided by engine bleed into the packs. We change the cockpit temperature here, same for the cabin. Pack flow, so you can change it so that you can have higher pressure air coming in. Just leave it in auto usually. Hot air, the air coming in from the engines. This is, I think, what's this one? This must be the transfer from the left to right hand side. So we'll just leave it in open so we can manage it itself. Anti-ice systems, not needed at the moment. So wing anti-ice, engine left and right, nacelle anti-ice as well. Probe window heat is set to auto, so that'll just keep the cockpit windows warmed up. Cabin pressure valve is set to both. We're just leaving it all in auto. We can also set to manual by pressing the button. You can just about make out. There we go. We'll just leave it in auto. Ditching button. If you're landing on water, when you press the ditching button, it will automatically close all the external holes in the aircraft. Famously, when Sully landed on the Hudson, he didn't press the ditching button. Can't remember why, but there was a good reason for that, but you're supposed to do that when you're ditching on water. Got all your lights, our strobe is flashing, our beacon is flashing, the wing lights are off, the nav is in 1, which means that the lights on the tips of the wings is on, but the tail is not lit up. Don't have runway turn-off lights, landing lights are off above 10,000 feet, and the nose lights are off because they're attached to the front landing gear, the nose landing gear, which is currently stowed. Auxiliary power unit, master switch, and then you can start once the master switch is on. Interior lighting, so we should have lighting on the backup instruments, these ones here. So these are independently powered from the other instruments, so you can fly the whole aircraft just on this unit here. You're really going back into like Cessna mode if you do that. What's CTL? Don't know. Got storm lights. So generally what you want to do is, in a storm, you want super bright lighting inside the cockpit, so that the flashes outside don't take out your night vision. Don't know what ANLIT is, but is that? No, I don't know. Seatbelts are off. Portable device, electric device, just turn that off. Emergency exit lights are armed. So in the event of triggering an evacuation, those lights will come on. So those will light up the path to the exits. You've got your data systems up here, CPDLC, and so this is just receiving data right now. It's in data mode, or you can switch it across to a radio. Flight controls. You've got your we've talked about primary 1. Was primary over here? Yeah, primary 1, and it can't be secondary elevator controls. It must be something in elevator controls, but I can't for the life of me remember. I'll try and find out during this video. Then we've got primary controls 2, secondary controls 2, or elevator controls 2, and then we've got primary controls 3. Again, lots of redundancy, lots can go wrong with this plane, and it will still operate fine. Cargo air conditioning, so if you've got pets or animals on board. Cargo smoke, so you can actually discharge a extinguishing agent into the front and aft cargo sections. Test button doesn't work. Ventilation for the avionics. We can manually start the engines, and that's the co-pilot's wiper. So if I jump back into my screen, into my seat here, sun is still getting ever lower. Yeah, we can just see the coast of Sur over there. Aircraft over there. Sur Airport. You didn't see the wipers before and you're still interested? There you go. And then, I don't know what the rain repellent button does. I want to say it does some kind of vibration on the outer skin of the windscreen, but I don't know if that's true, to be honest with you. So here we are in the Sea of Oman. I'll just drift over to the co-pilot side. Can we see anything to the north? Nope. Boats. Lots of boats now in Xplane. It's an aircraft carrier. It only appears when you zoom in. Yeah, lots of boats now. So optimal is still below 4, flight level 400, and when we get to, was it Resak? That's when we'll see, we will step climb to flight level 400. Put our equi-time points, so we are still nearly 2,000 miles to go to Istanbul, and 166 miles to go to Dubai. Won't be long. Okay, I think now is probably a good time to have a quick break again. We'll be back shortly.
flight traffic is 214 heading and learning from your last final call. Stop.
Yeah, so been watching this and I realised I hadn't been talking. So sun looks like it's setting. Down here we have a beautiful view of the Dubai airport. Lots of Emirates. And you can see, so that's supposed to be a map of the world. Oh, there's the Burj Al Arab. Looks pretty cool. Tallest building in the world still, I think. See all the different, looks like me building some cities, or city skylines more like. Then over here you've got the Palm Jumeirah, I think it's called, is that right? Palm-shaped islands, where you can actually buy houses on the fronds, the leaves. Oh goodness me, look at that. How beautiful is that? Burj Al Arab, sunset. Stunning. Stunning part of the world that I have never been to. What's that? Some kind of lighthouse? Hotel of some description. We slide across here. Great, just to see all the detail, not close up, but from up here. This is Autoortho injecting that scenery. One thing I was trying to find, without going outside and deafening you, is the Ferrari Centre. Not sure where that is. I'm going to reduce the audio for a moment. That didn't work particularly well. I'm just going to mute the audio. For you, at least. It's still going to deafen me. Oh, that is cool. I'm just trying to find... There's a big red Ferrari training centre somewhere down there. I'm getting absolutely deafened right now. Nope, I can't see it. Whew, that was extremely loud. Just want to get some really good good screenshots. Gorgeous part of the world, especially at this time of night. Just look at that. So if we zoom in, we can see us up there. At least our tail, for some reason, just the tail. It's a bit weird. We kind of sit and enjoy there. Know what's going on there. Ah, just like the nearest boat. Ooh, we're now on a ship. Aircraft carrier. Oh, what? What is going on here? Okay, this is cool. This is super cool. Seeing I need to jump back into the cockpit before I... Oh, I've been disconnected because my frame rate was too low. Just reconnect. And then if we jump back to the nearest... nearest ship, shift in F3? No, shift in 3. If you've got one of these, if you're on the Toliss. gorgeous sunset from on board USS, whatever this is called. And we'll be over there somewhere, heading into the sunset. Very serene. Jump back in the plane. Oof, sorry about that. I don't know why it makes a loud noise. Sun is actually setting. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all we've seen of the sun from today. Let's just double check if we've got the progress page, no, flight plan page, still showing that we'll land at Newcastle with just under 9 tons. Or just over 8 tons. So that does seem to be less than what we envisaged. So, flight plan, fuel prediction. So we've still got 30 minutes, we've still got 0.1 extra, or between 1 and 0.1 extra fuel. So if this gets too low, I mean we should be okay for Newcastle landing because the weather's good. See no reason why we'd need to divert, unless the airport itself is closed for whatever reason. If we do need to take on fuel en route, probably look to land at Amsterdam. Or we could just go straight to Manchester. But to be honest, if you're that side of the North Sea, you might as well just go to Newcastle. There's also Frankfurt on our route. That might be another option that we have. Let me just have a quick look to see where our equidistant time points are. ETPs. So we've passed OMDB. That'll still be our landing point if anything happens now or for the next 700 miles. We need to come back into Dubai. Once we're past the 700 mile mark, 750, 800 mile mark, then we would only divert to Istanbul. Now that we are past OMDB, past Dubai, got to travel up the Gulf, Persian Gulf, passing Mogas. That's hilarious. So Mogas is it's a fuel for small light aircraft, which is what I fly in real life. And then further up here, as we get into the Baghdad FIR, Flight Information Region, we should be in a position to do our final step climb of the flight up to flight level 400, 40,000 feet on the standard pressure setting, STD. You can see our pressure setting up here, STD. Sun is setting, and the weather is sweet here, if you get that reference. Not a bad office to have, really. Very nice place to be. Ooh, there's last peak of the sun. Yeah, getting dark behind us. do find these sudden changes in throttle, I find this to be a bit strange. It's kind of sine waving its way through maintaining speed rather than just settling on a single speed and then making small adjustments to it. Is the wind that variable? I mean, the speed is staying steady. The direction as we're moving is changing slightly, but it's not that drastic, really, is it? I know it's trying to capture the requested managed speed. It just seems to be struggling to maintain a steady engine speed. So if we jump across to the map, see where we are in relation to everybody else. We're here, we've got KAC, is that Q8? Q8 Airways Corporation, I think that's the Air Force of Q8. Following us up ahead, we've got one Emirates A380 and an Emirates 777. Quite a lot of traffic coming over here. We've got some Qatar flights flying out of Doha. So we'll stay we'll stay south of Iran and west of Iran. We're not crossing a Saudi airspace on this flight. And then we'll head up to transit Iraq. British Airways there ahead of us, A380. So I heard a British Airways pilot talking about what happens if you're over sort of not friendly territory, somewhere like Iraq, or like if I fly to India and we fly across here, past Baku, down through Turkmenistan and over Afghanistan, Pakistan, then into India, landing at Delhi before I make the hop down to Pune. So what happens if you're over Afghanistan and something happens, like an engine failure or a medical emergency? Well, in those scenarios, you would continue to maintain altitude as much as you could. There is no air traffic control over Afghanistan. You only communicate with other aircraft directly. Kind of like Unicom or CTAF or 123.45, that sort of thing. But you just try and stay on your airways. And if something did happen and you're coming this way, you probably want to land in where would you land in Pakistan? I think Lahore is probably the best place because there are scheduled flights to Lahore on British Airways, and Pakistan Airways will also fly to the UK, so that will be a relatively safe place to land. Or Turkmenistan is not unsafe, so you can maybe land in, I think Turkmenabat is the capital, or Ashgabat is the capital. You could land somewhere in Turkmenistan if you absolutely had to, but you'd probably want to head back up to Baku, head down to Lahore, or just try and make it to Delhi if you can. But you wouldn't look to land in Afghanistan. If you did, then you would probably want to land in Kabul, and then immediately you'd get in touch with local embassies and things like that, just to make sure that they could secure the safety of the passengers on board. And then for Iraq, again, I don't really know the current political situation of Iraq. I think it's back under democratic control. I may be completely wrong, and I mean no disrespect if I am. But yeah, I believe it may be an area that is safe to land in these days. I think without the latest knowledge of the political situation, I would certainly feel uncomfortable if the pilot said, "We've lost an engine, we're going to land in Baghdad." That would certainly seem like a concerning thing to do, but I might be completely wrong. This is just years and years of experience. Oh my goodness, there's a place called Batman. There's actually a place called Batman in Turkey. Okay, there's one for the bucket list. That's really cool. Where are we? We are here. Still in the Persian Gulf. And I think we'll be starting to turn to the right shortly, just to start heading up that waterway there. What did we miss? Nothing much. Sun finally set. The lights in here are starting to take over from the lights outside. I'm gonna dial in the nav display. I think you see the A380 and the 777 are ahead. Another aircraft 3,000 feet close off to the left. And we've just ticked over the 3-hour mark for this flight. All going so far to plan. Still showing around about 9 tons of fuel on board when we land in Newcastle. And we don't anticipate any reason to divert, so that should be more than plenty. And we've got exactly 84 tons of fuel on board. But not anymore. Still using 6 tons either side. And that should reduce even more as we do our step climb. So the optimal now is still showing as 390. When we get to Resak, we'll do a step climb to flight level 400, and then we'll see what the fuel burn is on either side. It won't be a huge change, to be fair. But we may see that's up above 6 tons. This is just throttling up and down and up and down. It's, I don't know. Been a long time since I've been in the front of a real jet aircraft in flight. Can't remember if that's what they do or not. But for now, quite smooth. There's this new G-loaded camera's not shaking around. Wonder if we can do landing performance. So we'll do runway 07. Brake mode will be medium. Reverse on. Landing configuration full. We'll recompute this later on, but if we were to land now, we would have 2,660 feet of margin. So landing distance is 3,400. if that gap there is because of the reduced ground speed required because of the headwind. We'll find out. Let off AGNT, so 1614 on 16th of the month, 1420 Zulu. Current winds are 050 at 13 knots. Unlimited visibility, very slight rain showers, broken clouds at 2,200 feet. Temperature's 8 degrees centigrade, dew point 04, so if you reduce the temperature of the air from 8 degrees to 4 degrees, you'll start to see the moisture in it condense, and as the air cools by 2 degrees for every 1,000 feet, we'll actually get to 4 degrees at about 2,200 feet, so that's why we're getting broken clouds at that altitude. QNH is 1028, so nice day. High pressure, so standard pressure is 1013. That's what we use for the international standard atmosphere, which I mentioned earlier on. So this is a reasonably high pressure. It's quite a high pressure, in fact. So it should be a nice day. High pressure generally means better weather. It does look a little bit windy, but 13 knots is not going to cause us any problems in this aircraft. I've landed in 12 knot headwinds in the Cessna, which was absolutely fine. You do notice a 12 knot headwind in the Cessna a lot more than you do in something like this, because you're only landing at about 60 knots anyway, so you can quite easily sap a fifth of your total airspeed. This is a very nice place to be. Let's jump into the jump seat back here, so let's pretend we are the reserve pilot. Reserve pilot's view. Pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Nice windows, even all the way back here. That'll never be used by the pilots. Not really. The Dreamliner's windows do just kind of stop next to the pilot here. This just gives you a view behind. Airbus didn't need to fit these, I don't think. They are a nice addition just to make this feel roomy and just a really, really nice place to be. Okay, I'm going to mute the sim for a moment, and I'm going to hop outside just to see if I can get some nice photos. Oh, hang on, I'm back on the carrier. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. There's our plane. You see in the windows? What else can I do? Oh, I'm inside of a... Ah, this is the nearest tower. I could try and land an A330 on this aircraft carrier, but I'm probably not going to do that. My sim doesn't like me doing that because my frame rate drops horrendously. I'm going to try and do something that doesn't rely on a lot of GPU cycles to bring it back. So let's jump back outside. See what different views we get. Oh, that's nice. I like that one a lot. Bit of a quicker one. Okay. Stop monkeying around now. So let's see if we've got any controllers anytime soon. We jump across to the map. That'll tell us where the next controllers are likely to be. So nothing for a while. Currently, we've got some ground controllers if we were to land in Bahrain. Nothing all the way up through there. It's probably going to be around Bucharest. So when we get to Romania, that looks like a good chunk of contiguous controlled airspace. And as we head up here, we'll definitely get some air traffic control over Germany. This time on a Sunday night. I'm sure there will be plenty of people there. We'll head just to the north of Amsterdam. And then we may get somebody online. London controlling us from Leeds up to Newcastle. Let's see, have we got any questions in the chat? Nothing yet. I do need to try and build up a bit more of a content library, try and attract more people to the channel, and then we should get some more people on live. But for now, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy these types of flights. Doing these as much for me as for the channel, really. I find this quite therapeutic. Okay, as we head up the Persian Gulf, I think I will be dipping in and out more this afternoon, so let's just cruise along for a little bit, and I will be back shortly. Getting properly dark out there now. That's interesting. So if we now go back up here, and if we... So landing weight there was 396 tons. If we reset that now, you see the landing weight is 321. Landing distance is 3431. Somehow increased. Okay, that's weird. Either way, I've got loads of margin. We'll land within about half of the length of Newcastle's runway. And we're coming to land with a reasonably low V approach speed of 128 knots. Runway condition is expected to be dry. QNH in HG. Is there any change in that? Don't use HG. Don't use Mercury. QNH in HG. That's weird. Ah, no, it's because the braking mode was on medium. We will be using reverser. For recompute, there we go. Landing distance is reduced. Did wonder why that increased. We should also get a new METAR for AGNT shortly, because that was from 1420, it's now just gone 1520. 1524. So if we pop the Xpilot window back open and we type .wx for weather AGNT, we should get the 1520. Oh no, for 1450. So nothing must have changed in the last half an hour to warrant a new METAR. Wind will be 140 to 11, so the wind is starting to calm down. Still unlimited visibility, broken at 35. Still the same temperatures and a QNH of 1028, quite high. Is that Q8? Q8 City, OKKK. Q8 City Tower, yeah. Covering the Q8 CTR. Control zone. Maybe that's worth a quick discussion. CTRs and CTAs. Let me see if I can find something that's going to help us out with that. There we go, that works. No, it doesn't. I'll just talk about it. Okay. So, around every airport, you've got a... So immediately around a towered airport, you've got an area called the ATZ, which is the Aerodrome Traffic Zone. So that within that zone, you need to be in contact with any air traffic control services that are made available within the ATZ. And they basically control the comings and goings of aircraft within the ATZ. Now, what you'll generally find at small airports, small airfields, like training airfields, is the ATZ is all you've got. So if you're familiar with Leeds in the north of England, there's a small airport there called Sherburn and Elmet. There's one right next door called Church Fenton, and they are towered airports, so they do have information services from those airfields, but they only have an ATZ, so they only control the area immediately from the ground up to usually 1,500 feet around the airport itself, and usually out to a distance of I was going to say 2.5 miles, but it'll be 2 miles from a small 2 miles from a small runway, 2.5 miles from a larger runway. But you are expected to get in touch with any air traffic information service or control service when you're about 10 nautical miles or 15 minutes out. So that's immediately over the airfield. What you'll find at larger airports, let's say like a Manchester airport or something like that, you will have what's called a control zone. Now, a control zone is a much larger circle or sometimes irregular shape around an airfield or an airport, and that is a larger amount of controlled airspace so that commercial aircraft can come and go again safely. If you're in a control zone, you need to be under if it's active, then you must be under like a radar service or something that way you're getting directional control from an air traffic controller. Now, if you look at the controlled airspaces around an airport, it looks like an upside down wedding cake. You've generally got a small amount of controlled airspace near the ground, and then as you go up, the next layer up starts at a certain altitude, but it's larger. So it looks, like I say, it looks like an upside down wedding cake. Like a wedding cake's got like a big base, and then the next layer is a bit smaller, and the top layer is like even smaller again. Flip that upside down, and that's how air traffic, how controlled airspaces work around airports. So generally, most larger airports where you've got the control zone, they just ignore the ATZ because it's within the control zone. And then above a control zone, you can sometimes have what's called a CTA, a control area. So that doesn't reach all the way down to the ground, but it's a volume of controlled airspace off the ground. So Newcastle Airport, where I fly around, has got one of these upside down wedding cakes. Now, sometimes at busy times, we don't get, general aviation pilots don't get cleared into the controlled airspace. So what we sometimes do is we can fly underneath the CTA, the control area. So we will deviate around the airport at a distance of, 5 nautical miles or something like that. And we will dip under the controlled airspace of the TMA. So we won't ever enter controlled airspace, even though we'll have controlled aircraft just 1,000 feet above us. We won't be in controlled airspace. Even in that scenario, though, we would still make contact with Newcastle Airport, or the nearest airport, just so that if they needed us to change direction or hold or something like that, then we would honour that request. You also have terminal manoeuvring areas. So these are normally where the control areas are joined up. There's a really good example of this in southern Scotland, where you've got Glasgow Airport off to the west, you've got Edinburgh to the east. And actually what they've done is they've just created this terminal manoeuvring area, which joins up the controlled airspace of them both. And that TMA, that controlled manoeuvring area, that terminal manoeuvring area, or traffic manoeuvring area, is designed just to have controlled airspace in that busy air above Edinburgh and Glasgow. Now sometimes you can have TMAs which are Class A airspace, which means you must not enter if you're flying visually. So if you're just flying your Cessna around, you can't enter that Class A airspace at any time. You must be on an IFR flight plan to enter Class A airspace. These are just all the rules and stuff you need to learn when you're becoming a pilot, even just a private pilot, because you still need to share the same airspace as the big heavy jets. Let's quickly just check in and see where we are in the world. So if we look to our left, we would see the border between Kuwait and Syria. We are just following these aircraft up. What's that? What's the speed of that one? That's doing 446 knots. Oh, we're doing the same. Okay. Just wondering if we could catch up the A380. That would be pretty cool. Following that one as well. So we're going to have some traffic off to the right hand side shortly. In fact, if I just bring you back across to the aircraft, you can start to see them appearing on TCAS over here. So about 40 miles out. A little bit of bumpy turbulence. Somewhere out there, beneath the pale blue sky. Again, bonus points if you recognise that reference. There's one. There's the other. Qatar flying by. Another one just behind it. And just a little bit bumpy up here, you can start seeing the camera moving around. Still just about keeping up with that sunset. Can I land before you, please? That's pretty bold. When if I go first? There's Rasak. What we'll do is, I think, at this point, if we do a slash and do 400, we can set that as being... Didn't work. No, it's not working. Do we have to put the FL on? I wouldn't have thought so. Wouldn't have thought so, but we'll see. Do you have range? Slash. Go away. Slash. 400. Nope, it's not doing what I think it should be doing, so we'll just do it manually when we get to Rasak. Just go for another walk. Here we go and have a sit. Oh, I wonder, can we... hang on. Something happened. Engine reverser set. We don't want that. Put the throttle back on. Didn't mean to press that button. A little bit of excitement. Didn't like that. Okay, let's go back out for a walk. What I was trying to do is see if I can... What's FAP power? Emergency lights. I don't think any of these work. I bet you what I can do though is on a night flight, if we go into aircraft config, flex from gear bumps. I just want to reduce that because it was vibrating quite a lot when the tug connected. Ground services. Try to change the lighting in the cockpit, in the cabin rather. Settings. There's things in here like Hoppy CPDLC logon. I've never played with that before. That sounds cool. See, default baro unit hectopascals, and yet landing performance is still telling us QNH in HG. Curious. Use lit text. Don't know what that means. Inhibit cabin object. I've got some reading to do around this. How do I change the lighting? It must be in here somewhere. Aircraft doors, cargo. Aircraft config. I wonder if there's a way for us to set them up here. Must be somewhere. Somewhere to just reduce the lighting of the passenger lighting brightness. Maybe it is out here somewhere. It's super bright in here for a nighttime flight. Nope, wrong way. I'm gonna get disconnected in a moment because I'm roaming around. Beep. What I was wanting to do while I reconnect is just grab a seat in a first class seat with it being dark outside and see what I could see. Very cool, I've got the seat numbers on. So, oh, we've got some more flights near us. On there, Etihad. Just going to shut that door because that was quite loud. How do I shut the door? Just like that. Lock. Okay. We can probably reduce some of the lighting in here now, because you can see we can't see very well out those windows because of all the reflections. That's on dim, so that's a dim. Don't need that one on. There's a light down here as well, somewhere, floodlight. Turn that down. And then over here, any lighting? That ceiling light's off, that's off, that's off, that's off. It's brightness for the ND. It's amazing just how much space there is without buttons on an aircraft this complicated. Got a printer here. Should we try and print something? See if that works. I doubt it will. ACARS print. Flight plan. Oh, what? What? That's crazy. It's accurate as well. That's an actual cost index as well. That is ridiculous. Where does that end up? Oh, what? That's crazy. Print time 1545? You are joking. That is so clever. So whereabouts are we? TASME. TASME on L602. Well, colour me impressed. The thing that's always confused me is we've got an L602 here. So we've joined the L602 airway here. But then we'll do Upper Lima 602 here. We'll do all these other things, and then we'll join back onto the L602 here. It's just weird. Why isn't that just one big long airway we can join? And then we've got flight level, cruise, climb transition, throttle pause is at 36,000 feet. So throttle pause means when you hit that altitude, the temperature doesn't decrease very much as you climb after that. Exit time, no block time, which is weird. Zero fuel weight. That is very clever. Very, very clever. So look at wind data. Current wind data. Nothing up here, nothing for descent. Okay, slightly less impressive, but still, the printer works. That is really cool. Okay, let's quickly jump across to the map. See how we're getting on. So right now we are we've passed Basra, so we're currently over Iraq. We are following that Emirates there up towards up here, which is going to be Baghdad, and then further up Saladin. Isn't that the character in The Dictator? Sacha Baron Cohen character. Or Aladdin. Play on Aladdin, I guess. So we'll be going to the left or the right of Mosul. Probably to the right, because we don't want to cross into Syrian airspace. I imagine we'll be following that Swiss 243 up this way, and then we'll be flying over Batman. I just love that. Batman. Imagine living there. It is, of course, tracking the wrong flight. There we go. So, actually, we haven't flown past Basra. Basra's down there. Somewhere. Don't know why I'm looking for city lights. I don't think it's that bright at night. It is super bright in here though. So just from the integrated lighting. No, I don't know what I did there. That seems darker. See out a bit better? Not really. Oh, is that the annul lighting? I don't know. These bits here aren't lit up anymore. I must have done something. Those ones? Nope, that's those. Okay, so floodlight off. I've got a light up there. Turned off the reading lights. See what else we can find up here. One reading lights. How do we turn this light off? Because that is what's annoying me. It's the dome, isn't it? Dim. I think that's as That's probably about as dark as we're going to get it in here tonight. Okay, I think now is a good time to take a quick pause, and I'll be back shortly. Not too much going on right now. We have just passed Baghdad. And it's why these windows. Do these windows just need their probe heat on? Can't be ice. Must be something that's steaming them up. Cockpit, maybe a bit warmer. Yeah, if we jump across to here, we can see exactly where we are. Just past Baghdad at our 7 o'clock. What's UKB? Is that Ukraine? Oh, hang on, no, it's Dubai. Air Dubai? Don't know where I say that. UKB, I'm pretty sure is Air Dubai. But this is us. Up here, some big lakes in Iraq. I was surprised to see the size of the lakes around Pune, given how hot it is there. It's 45 degrees Celsius there last time I was there. I'm surprised any water, freestanding water, can just exist in such temperatures. Then you've got these. I suppose it will be runoff from the mountains and things like that around the region. So we're heading north. We'll be following these Emirates up past Mosul, skirting around the edge of Syria, flying to Batman. That will never not amuse me, and I will bring it up all the time. So I apologise in advance, but it's just going to happen. Let's see. So we are 1,829 nautical miles down, not even at the halfway point yet. 2,281 nautical miles to go. And it's going to take us another 5 hours and 13 minutes to get home. Best thing to do on a long flight like this. Lots of films. So, down here, from our parking spot, taxied to here, took off. Oh, that's not a very good lake. Suicide Lake. That's, I'm sure there's a story behind that. I'm not sure I want to learn it though. Nice big river. What's this river called? The Mulla Mutha or Mulla Mutta River. Very good. So we took off this way. Pavana Lake, Mulshi Lake. That's really cool. I'd quite like to go and visit them at some point. And then we took off over here, over Navi Mumbai, over the large peninsula, almost island. That is Mumbai, straight to the top of Mumbai Airport. And then we headed northeast, northwest. Out over, so that's Gujarat. What's the name of this state? Is it all Gujarat? Can't be. No idea. I know somebody from Gujarat though, in my office. So we then headed out over the Arabian Sea into the Sea of Oman. Crossed over this peninsula here, which is where Dubai is. We've got some great views of the Burj Al Arab, Dubai Airport, these really cool islands, man-made islands, person-made islands, human-made islands. Out past the various Arab states, north, over the edge of Kuwait, past Basra. Now we're heading north over Iraq. Got some traffic up ahead, which must be, so this one here, the Qatar 31 Charlie, and then up ahead we've got the UAE, so let's just The UAE is the Emirates one. So we can see that must be the Qatar because it's descending. And then we should... Can't quite see the Emirates up ahead, but it'll be out there somewhere. Or maybe that one. There is the Emirates because it's pointing away. And what we can't see... Oh, I don't know why I've done that. Off to the right over here is the Qatar. Now I have noticed the ETP has dropped in, so this is the middle point between Dubai and Istanbul. So if I switch over to data, equal time point, distance from Istanbul 838 miles, distance from Dubai 802 miles, so the exact middle point is there. And now what I would say at this point is it's probably going to take us longer to execute a turn and get back on track to get back to Dubai than it would be just to continue through the ETP and up to Istanbul. So we are going to maintain on this route now all the way through the rest of Iraq, into Turkey, past Batman, up past Istanbul, to the north of Istanbul in the Black Sea, and then on upwards towards Romania, where we should get some more controlled airspace. Now, I do apologise, but I'm going to jump in and out a little bit for the next hour or so. Being from Newcastle, and today being the Carabao Cup when Newcastle is playing, I am planning on watching as much of it as I possibly can. But I'm monitoring this flight very closely while doing so, so I'm in the same room, monitoring to make sure no air traffic controllers come online or anything like that. But for now, I am going to jump on another break. Okay, so it's time to step climb the aircraft, and Ankara Centre has just come online. So I'll refresh this. You should see Ankara, all of Turkey, just light up. I'm a bit confused. So we'll see. We're just about across the border. Batman. So we should be getting contacted any moment now. Try looking at the airspace map, but it's not lit up. Pop back into our seat. And just before we do enter that airspace, I'm also going to do a step climb. We should have done that at FIR, or whatever it's called. So we should see on here new cruise altitude 40,000. And if we go to the progress page, optimal here is still 391, but it's closer to 400 than 380. Tell you what, I'm going to also I'll update our equidistant time point, because we don't want to fly to OMDB anymore. We will fly to Frankfurt, which is EDDF. That's probably about right. I mean, if we do need to divert, we'll just divert locally now that we're in Europe. Anywhere in Turkey is fine. Romania, it's going to land in Bucharest. Sofia in Bulgaria to the south if we need to. We've got Prague. Could even go a bit north to Berlin. And starting to get motorways and cities. And stars. Yeah, flying over Turkey it's very bright. It's a very bright place. It's great. We should see it later on. So as we fly over the north coast of Turkey, we'll probably fly near, I think it's called Samsun, and there's I can't remember the name of it. Karsamba, something like that. Karsamba, I think it is. Anyway, yeah, up there's it's really nice just to float past it at night when it's brightly lit up. And then Istanbul, with it being also the entry point into the Black Sea, it's so lit up. There's boats everywhere, bright yellow at night. Must still use sodium lights. Let's see, step climb complete, 40,000, and I said we would look at the fuel flow. Still hovering around 6 tons per side. So it hasn't made a great deal of difference, to be honest, these step climbs. Still have what I think is the Emirates up ahead, but it's 55 miles ahead. Got another aircraft coming in. They'll pass us, but they're 3,000 feet below. I think it's still very bright in here. I would love to know how to turn that light off completely. Anybody has any bright ideas? None the wiser. So you may think, why is all this like projected out? Why is there a big gap under here? And this is called the glare shield. This is supposed to protect your primary flight displays, PFDs, NDs, engine instruments, etc. from being shone on by the sun. It's designed to protect those. You sometimes have just like a little lip around the instruments in something like a Cessna, but because they're usually steam gauges, so actual dials, they're less effective. So the dials just show better. What's that down there? Is that a boat? Or a factory or something? Getting into the realms now where we start to see interesting features on the land across the desert. Really just waiting for Ankara Centre to call us up and do a switch over. So 1,000 miles to the ATP. Why don't we put, I think Bucharest is LROP. So 660 miles to Istanbul, and then a further 150 or so to Romania. Just curious if we did LBSF. Sofia. Bit further. Okay, so I think LROP is probably going to be the next best stopping off point. do have an aircraft heading this way, but they are below us. But we might just see them in a sec. I think that's them there. Another Emirates. Seen a lot of them this way. But going to be anywhere near Dubai, you're going to see a lot of Emirates. Seen Tehran Centre come online there. I think it must be Tehran. Yep, Tehran radar. So yep, I guess at this point we might be flashing our landing lights at them. The label spookily drifts through the cabin, just like in real life. So let's see, still got just under 60 tons of fuel. See what we're predicting. Fuel pred. Predicting 9.5 tons of fuel, so we are using less fuel overall because of the step climbs. Still anticipating just before 10 PM tonight, touching down in Newcastle. Let's see, because Ankara's not speaking to us. Let's see if we can find the place that I was talking about. It's on the north coast. So many years ago I used to fly along this way, cut through the bottom part of Turkey and then actually fly directly over Iran down to get to India. And I remember flying out and we used to fly past Samsun, which is there, gorgeous bright city at night, and then there it is, Karsamba. This whole area was just brightly lit along the coast, looked absolutely stunning. I'd love to see it on the ground sometime. And then as we passed Samsun, there was this enormous lightning storm just lit up the sky just to the south, down here. It was unreal. I think I may have even took a little bit of video of it, but this is 10 years ago when phone cameras weren't great. But I'll post it on the channel if I can find it. So we're still down here, following Nick, his King of the Skies, double decker. Got a Turkish behind us. That's Warmick. There's Yannick. Taking a break from being a guitarist in Iron Maiden. Yes, I know that's spelled differently. Oh, hang on. Dunna. That man. Down there somewhere. BAT. It's the BAT VOR, also known as the BAT signal. Down there somewhere. I am 1000% going to try flying around Bat Airport at some point. Or Batman Airport. Oh, there it is. Batman Airport. Marvellous. Have to give that a go sometime. That's the big boy up ahead, the A380. We are 5 hours, 18 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight, because I accidentally reset that after 3 minutes and 16 seconds after takeoff. Because I am a silly Billy. So far, all good. Sorry for all the breaks, but the Carabao Cup is on. You'll have to forgive me. I'll be back momentarily. going past us there. Should we have a quick look and see what that plane was that's just past us? Where have we gone? Come on. There we are. 777 from Prague to Dubai. See where we are. So that dotted line is not our flight path. That is the direct route from where we are now back to Newcastle. So that will go across Ukraine, which we're not going to fly across Poland, and then straight to Newcastle. But we are going to go probably turn this way, come onto the Black Sea just past Sinop, and then we'll fly along here, and then we are going to go north over Bucharest, through Hungary, Slovakia, north over Amsterdam Airport, and then we're going to turn and go direct to Leeds-ish, and then straight up to Newcastle. So let's see, we are past the halfway mark now. Always feels better when you pass the halfway mark on a flight, a long flight, doesn't it? It's like we've done the first half, at least it's less than what we've already done from now on. Yeah, not really a lot for us to do at the moment. If you're a long-haul pilot, tell us what you do in the comments on longer flights. How do you while away the hours in the cockpit when there's not a lot to do but watch your fuel gauge go down? So most pilots will have 121.5 on their backup. Sorry, not on their backup. On their VHF2. So, and that is so that they can pick up any emergency transmissions. Even if it's a light aircraft or something that's had to ditch in a field or something like that, then it's not uncommon for an airliner like this one to have decent enough radio signal to relay messages to a towered controller or some kind of center controller. And that's where, if you're flying a Cessna and you ditch in a field or something like that, you're because radio signals only work line of sight. When you're in the air, that's less of a problem because you're above most of the ground and your line of sight is you can reach much further across your normal horizon. But once you're on the ground again, your horizon is quite close and those signals can't get through. So Yeah, 121.5 is an international standard for emergency radio transmissions. And as I mentioned before, it's also the frequency that the ELT broadcasts on. So that's your emergency locator transmitter beacon. So if you're flying over an area and you heard a beep 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 on the 121.5, then you would broadcast to say we've received a ELT transmission on 121.5. Let's have a look. Still not much to see down there, just a few roads. There is a lighting pack, a free lighting upgrade that I'm going to get, because that just looks a bit artificial. Still no controllers in range. The next controller in range is going to be up here. Once we get into, so I think it's going to be Bulgaria, Sofia. Bulgaria FIR, and then we'll probably fly through that on the way up to Bucharest, and we'll join the frequency for Romania's Bucharest FIR. But for now, we're just going to cruise onwards into the night. I thought, and slightly hoped, that we would actually see the sun for a bit longer than we have. Do really much, very much like that view there. We're just turning out. Aircraft in a slight bank to the left. The flight instructor had a chat with me about whether or not he wanted to go long haul or not. He works for a well-known leisure airline in the UK. Flying short and medium haul, and he said he would feel a bit of a fraud claiming 7, 8, 9 hours of flight time, and really all he did was took off, spent 6 or 7 hours not doing a lot, and then landing at the other end. He says at least he feels like he's earning the flight hours when he's flying short haul and medium haul. I think this was pretty good of him. Especially when you're early in your airline career, it makes sense, doesn't it, to try and get as much actual flying experience as you can. It's not to take anything away from the long haul pilot. It's very much a different kind of pressure and a different kind of flying. And especially when you do things like you've got to learn oceanic protocols and ETOPS and all that sort of stuff. Certainly not earning your wage. There's a lot less actual flying involved, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll agree. See, we're tuning in a VOR there, so we've got a VOR lined up. So as you're flying along, the aircraft will automatically tune in radio stations just to validate both the IRS, Inertial Reference System, and also the GPS. And this is particularly important around the south of the Black Sea, where you have high amounts of GPS jamming from Russia and the Ukraine war. Right, I'm going to pause just for a few moments there. I'll be back in a sec. So I just spotted Bulgaria Centre coming online there. So we will be getting a ping from them in a moment, I would imagine. See where we are on the map. Still got a bit to go yet. But it will be in range soon. So we've got Emirates, which we should be able to see fairly soon. Over there. So we're going to get our feet wet again as we head out over the Black Sea. See again, the radar returns from the sea are in blue. Just make out the edge of the Turkish coast there. So predicted arrival time is now 10:11. Fuel on board is 3 tons less than predicted not so long ago. So we are going to have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, right now, bit of a boring time, I'm afraid. Okay, got a bit carried away there. 131, 225. 131, 225. So okay, so Sofia Control, good afternoon. Airbus Industry 307. Well, I may have got a shortcut there, but nope. So yeah, they're coming through very loud. Let's tone that down just a touch. How's that? Let's see. Oh. So yeah, Newcastle have just won the Carabao Cup, which is nice. 70 years since my local football club won any sort of cup or silverware, and we've done it today, which is awesome. Very, very happy boy.
Monitor advisory 122.8. Thanks for the ATC this evening. Have a good one. Bye-bye. At the 1 Uniform Tango.
So we are now in controlled airspace for a while. We'll fly up here, and at some point we'll be handed over to Bucharest to cross over into their airspace. Right now it's Sofia controlling us.
Olympic 117, start descent flight level 130. With Air 958, please express descent your way to 5G on baggage should be on 4,000. I'm not descending immediately with an NFLA. Navigator 973, immediately make a left turn heading 360. With Air 958, make a left turn heading 180, please, immediately. 180 left with an NFLA.
And we are just about to hit our eco time point. So from this point on, if any emergencies arise, we'll probably end up going to Bucharest rather than Istanbul. Fuel situation doing back up to 7, which is healthier than it was before. It's showing 6.3 I think earlier on. Ah, remove glass reflections. That is a bit better. We'll both down there. does just look like there's no there's no glass in the windows though. Aircraft off to our right. Oh, I think I missed it.
Wizard 958 to make a left turn heading 300, descend 4000 feet clear, Turkiye Airways Zulu approach to 7, report when established. 300, left turn, descend 4000 feet, and cleared for ILS 0.7 and descend to 4000 feet with an FFA.
You can spot the outline. There we go. There's the outline of Bulgaria. Bit of high ground straight away. But we should start to see some city lights.
Sofia FIR Asia 22 with vehicle address 390. Vienna 221, Sofia control identified. Then FF8 full established and to go runway 27 with localizer. Wizard 958, contact Sofia Tower 118.1 left cut switch on 2.
I was just wondering if this simulated GPS jamming. I don't think it does yet. It's probably not a bad thing. So, we're about to go feet dry over ground. Got BGS, which I think must be Burgas. It's a holiday town on the coast of Bulgaria. I wonder if WRN is maybe Varnas, possibly. The airports to help us out with that. Don't know.
Sofia Control, Edelweiss 7 Juliet, good evening, flight level 400, CPDLC. Edelweiss 7 Juliet, Sofia Control, hello, set squawk 4720. Squawk 4720, Edelweiss 7 Juliet. Sofia Control, good evening, Turkish 15 Echo Heavy, passing flight level 330, climbing 400. Turkish 15 Echo, Sofia Control identified, stop climb, flight level 380. Stopping climb, flight level 380, Turkish 15 Echo. And 7 Juliet, Sofia Control identified.
Let's have a look at the fuel used. So we've burned 86, nearly 87 tons of fuel to go from India up to Europe. Huge, isn't it? Vast, vast volumes of fuel. Considering how many aircraft are in the air at the same time, it's a lot of fuel. Can't last forever, can it? I don't want to turn it into a political debate, but at some point we're going to run out. Unless we switch across to biofuels, which I think would be good.
Niner 7 after our direct baggage distance 1000 feet here for the Alice Zulu approach 0927, report on established. Turkish 15 Echo, proceed direct to Pekka. Turkish 15 Echo, Sofia Control. Olympic 117, continue descent 10,000 feet, UNH is 1011. For 10,000 feet, UNH 1011. Control, good day, Turkish Hotel, climbing to level 400, passing level 3 Turkish 300, Yankee Hotel, Sofia Control identified, maintain flight level 380 please. Maintain flight 0, Turkish 380.
We'll shortly be crossing over into Romanian airspace. Although I may be uncontrolled momentarily. was the sound of my wife sneezing downstairs. Okay, so if we do checklists, just make sure we've done everything. ECAM memo review. So if we come down here and hold down the recall button, and the reason why we do that is because the aircraft will actually not tell you about some emergencies and problems, particularly during the takeoff run.
Olympic 117, continue descent 7,000 feet. For 7,000 feet, Olympic 117.
So the only things that a pilot should really be distracted by during the takeoff run is takeoff roll, is engine fires, or flight control problems. Anything else can wait till you get in the air. Even if you have to circle and come back to the airport, it's safer not to distract the pilot. But everything. So you come back in here and you hold down recall, and it'll tell you anything that's missed off.
Sofia Radar, good evening. Is there Alpha Uniform 3 with you? With there Alpha Uniform 3, subject control identified to direct sum of. Direct sum of, is there Alpha Uniform 3? Bulgarian MS-73 with taxi. Bulgarian MS-73 is stand by for a minute, call back. Break with there 997 support established. With their 997, contact of the tower 118.1 left, Castle Jojo. Olympic 117, proceed direct M-Ped, descent 6,000 feet. Direct M-Ped, flight level, flight level? 6,000 feet. 6,000 feet. Bulgarian MS-73, faster message again, please.
How does that work? We've got, oh, let me switch back. Got two people here on the same frequency. 121, 180, two different people. Very strange.
Airbus Industry 307, contact Bucharest Radar 121.180, bye-bye.
Bucharest radar 121.180, Airbus 307, correction. Bloody hell. 121. 121.180. So I wonder which of those two I'll be speaking to. Neither of them. Bucharest radar, good evening, Airbus Industry 307.
Airbus Industry 307, good evening, Bucharest Radar. Radar contact, continuous flight. Continuous flight, Lufthansa 773, good evening, Bucharest Radar. Radar contact, proceed, this flight.
So we've got clearance there just to keep doing what we're doing from Bucharest.
Ryanair 203, expect Bolo RMP approach for runway 32. Call ready for descent. Ryanair 203, go ahead please. Ryanair 203, expect Apollo R&B approach for runway 32. Expect Apollo at level 50, call ready, when ready for you. Expect Apollo on runway 32, Ryanair 203. Lufthansa 773, proceed direct Mopuk. Proceed direct to Mopuk.
Okay, we'll just check in case we get a direct flight plan. Patak, Pepik, Varik, Sodro, Kemad, Temli, Mimva, Emlon, Legro. Sure, Emlon's, yeah, top descent, so we just need to look at these ones. If we get a direct, it's going to be one of these, I'm sure. We've got some distance to go. .257 nautical miles, 2 hours 52 minutes. But we've already done 2,800 miles, and we've been online a lot longer than that, but that's just what we're showing up as.
Airbus ECAM 307, approved, report back. Bucharest FIR, Holland 203, request descent flight level. Ryanair 203, descend flight level 50 to reach over Apollo. Descend 1000 for Apollo, Ryanair 203. Confirm Ryanair 203, confirm flight level 5. 5. Ryanair 203. Airbus Industry 307. Thank you.
So I just popped out of the cockpit for a couple of minutes. Nervously drinking a lot of sparkling water during the Carabao Cup. And yeah, biology took its course.
Airbus Industry 307, contact Bucharest radar on 122.030. Have a nice flight, bye-bye.
122.030, thanks for the help, Airbus 307. 122.030.
Thank you for flying military and common to the simulated just flight. Thank you very much, PHC 122.8. Good evening, Event 5 Bucharest radar, good evening, to Harbour 6 Echo, flight level 370 inbound index. 6 Delta Echo, Bucharest radar contact through direct Timor. Direct Timor,
Bucharest radar, good evening. Airbus Industry 307.
Airbus Industry 307, Bucharest radar contact, proceed direct Patak.
Direct Patak, Airbus Industry 307. Patak. There we go, direct insert. Not really much of a shortcut, but just, well yeah, it's a bit more direct. So we've now got clearance to go quite far actually, more than 240 miles in a straight line. Can't actually dial that any further, so out to 320 miles all in a straight line. It's actually not bad. And if you're watching along live, then you may, and from the UK, you may also be watching Newcastle celebrating, as they should be, their win of the Carabao Cup. So this stream is very much dedicated to that win, and they bloody earned it as well. Okay, so let's just quickly reconcile our fuel planning to where we are. So we're just Bucharest. Whereabouts are we? So somewhere around here. So if I swap us back, try and find out if I click waypoints. So I think Sockery might have been the next scheduled waypoint.
Direct us in with the 9587.
And reserve 9587, able to descend flight level 330.
Affirmative with 9587.
Roger,
So
steady descend flight
if we
level
do a fuel
330.
prediction, can we do a fuel prediction at a particular point? Let's say
Level 330 with the 9587.
Patak.
Turkish 6 Mike Alpha, monitor Uniform out of the destination. Thank you for flying, bye bye.
Right.
Turkish 2 Yankee Yankee.
Nope, can't do that.
Contact Sofia 131.225, bye bye.
Sofia control 131.225, Turkish 2 Yankee Yankee.
No, don't know how to do that. Okay, so you can start to see some of the higher ground to the north of Bucharest. You can start seeing things move around a little bit more.
X907, 902, when ready, descend flight level 110 to be level by Thursday.
A-Wings 902, when ready, descending flight level 110 to reach at 2. Thank you very much, 907.
Easy 3 Alpha Charlie, contact approach 119er decimal 415, bye bye.
119er 415, Easy Alpha Charlie.
So yeah, we should get quick weather update. WX EGNT.
And estimate descending to flight level
16, 1850, 0407 at 7 knots. So the wind is getting lighter and lighter. Pretty much is now down to 06. QNH 1030, so pressure is also increasing.
Reserve 64905, when ready, descend flight level 110.
Traffic.
Descent flight level 110, Reserve 64905.
Traffic at 1 o'clock. Over there somewhere above us by 1,000 feet. See if we can spot them, that looks like it there. Turkish. $851, I think that is. Seven hours 14 minutes, sorry, 7 hours 17 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight. You'll get that if you watch the takeoff. Oh, it's a slog, isn't it?
Radar, good evening, Lufthansa 773 Heavy, flight level 30 in Bonn-Bufuk.
Lufthansa 773 Heavy, Bucharest radar contact once again.
So say again for Lufthansa 70 with quiet.
Negative, just radar contact, CPDLC is available.
Lufthansa 30, roger that,
So, here we are, crossing Romania.
X792, route direct Toliss.
Please report again for Airbus sorry.
X792, route direct Toliss, expect direct runway 08 left.
Okay, Airbus 792, direct Toliss, expecting the right left island, so 792, thank you.
Approved 10 minutes, call back.
Do a quick landing performance check. If we do brake mode medium, then we should be able to get the Charlie taxiway exit. It's about halfway down the runway. Loads of margin, which is good because I may float. If I do, I'll have to go right to the end of the runway and then taxi down all the way from Delta 1. Delta 1 onto Delta, and then we'll park up somewhere at the bottom next to the terminal.
Lufthansa 6 Delta Echo, report max speed.
But we've got quite a long way before we need that.
Lufthansa 6 Delta Echo, roger, speed maximum 7.6 or less.
So fuel on board and landing's 8 tons, showing 2204 for the landing.
Weather 1 for the 2,
Just under 3 hours.
for 9 or 2, report Magnum.
So we've got the whole of Europe to cross yet.
3, weather 1 for 9 or 2. 1 for 9 or 2, keep 778 or more. Keep 778 or more, weather 1 for 9 or 2. Correction, 0.78 or more. 78 or more, weather 1 for 9 or 2.
Not really much to see from the on Xplane. Slightly disappointing given how good this sim looks in the daytime.
Ryanair 3, Mike Juliet, route direct Weber, thanks to Belgrade. Route direct Weber, Victor Echo Bravo Alpha Romeo. Direct Weber, Weather 90587, when ready, start descent flight level 110.
Copy that, we're ready to descend level 110. Now we are 20 miles from our double descent.
Roger, just to be able, correction, just to be leveled by Toliss.
Copy that, with 9587, we started descent now to level 110.
Operator, добрый вечер, Turkish 99, descent 160 by command. Turkish 99, Bucharest radar contact, expect Omuga 2 uniform minus 08 left, continue descent flight level 120. Descent 120.
Zero, Bucharest Uniform Arrival, 08 left, Turkish number.
Bucharest Radar, good evening, Wizard Malta, Radar Papa Delta, descending to level 270 by Narca. Wizard Malta, 9 Papa Delta, Bucharest Radar, contact, descent flight level 120 to be level by Atsos. Level 120 by Atsos, Wizard Malta, 9 Papa Delta. Bucharest Radar, good evening, Wizard 205 360. Wizard 2058, Bucharest Radar, contact. Lufthansa 7 Kilo Victor, Moito Unicom, bye bye. Go to Unicom. Thank you, code 719, bye.
Dat is weer moet mee als 453 verder.
Hostel 453, Bucharest Radar, contact service.
Bucharest Turkish 822 Fox on flight level 410.
Turkish 822 Fox, Bucharest Radar, contact hello. Turkish 9er, route direct Evro.
Direct to Turkish 9.
Bucharest Tower, hello, Wizard 31 Alpha, on flight level 370. Wizard 321 Alpha, Bucharest Radar, contact hello. Turkish 9er, contact approach 119 decimal 415, bye bye.
119 415 Turkish 9, bye bye.
Wizard 649 safe for you, approach 119 decimal 415, bye bye.
Approach 119 decimal 415, thank you, Wizard 6495.
Wizard 2058, monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8, thank you for flying, bye bye.
128, see you next time, Wizard 2058, bye bye.
Samantha 9 Papa Delta, route direct Charlie Lima 251, expect Atsos 1 X-ray for LS runway 25. Proceed direct Charlie Lima 251, expect Atsos 1 X-ray to LS runway 25 for Samantha 9 Papa Delta.
So you'll notice over here it says tail tank transferred. So if we go into the fuel page,
415 Wingspire 7902. Thank you very much for a big service.
See.
And hope we see us again. Have a nice evening. Bye.
you can see as much of the tail tank fuel has been now transferred
Echo increase Mach decimal 79 or more.
into the wing tanks, and the outboard wings are still full.
1492 Mach.
The next stage
Decimal 7.
of fuel is to push those into the inner
Mach
tanks.
0.75 or less, Wizard 1492. Mr. Malta 9 Papa Delta, descent altitude 8000 feet, QNH 1011. Descent altitude 8000 feet, QNH 1011, Wizard 9 Papa Delta.
So
Wizard 3 to 1.
when we exit remaining airspace here, I'm going to have a quick break before we hit the vacuum controlled airspace.
Confirm 121 180 service. with a 321 Alpha. Approved contact. Lufthansa 6 Delta Echo Star descent flight level 290, 2,500 feet per minute.
290 and 2,500 per minute, 200 feet per minute. Bucharest, bună seara, la 571, flight level 210.
Alpha 571, radar contact, set scope 1705, expect to Bugatti uniform.
Squawk 1705, Bogota uniform, and Alpha 571. And just as you mentioned, how the airplane is 3 speed or decimal 80?
3 speed, route direct Golf Oscar Lima, keep rate 2,500 feet per minute.
Airport 3 speed and direct Golf Oscar Lima and the travel feet.
Alpha 571, descent flight level 120.
Descent flight level 120, Alpha 571.
Good evening. This is Austin 67 Zulu Zulu, flight level 357, heading inbound Upper.
Austrian 67 Zulu Zulu, Bucharest radar contact.
Then 3 Mike Juliet back inside again.
3 Mike Juliet, check your altitude, I see your flight level 357.
No, I'm not climbing at 360.
Thank you. LR 571, contact Bucharest, approach frequency 119.415, bye-bye.
119.415, mulțumesc, la revedere, la 571.
Break, Wizard Malta 9 Papa Delta, contact Napoca approach, frequency 126.430, bye-bye.
Napoca approach 126.430. Thank you for NDC, Lare.
You could read a lot of novels being a pilot, couldn't you? Obviously, your eyes will be always on the outside.
Delta 6 Delta Echo, resume normal descent rate.
If you took it in turns.
Turkish 822 Foxtrot, contact Bucharest 121.180, bye-bye.
Do you want us for 180, Turkish 822 Foxtrot, bye.
$1,053 miles to go.
99264, leaving my airspace, Unicom onto the decimal, thank you for flying, bye bye. Lufthansa 6 Delta Echo, same for you, Unicom onto the decimal, thank you for flying, bye.
I think we'll get the same in Rond.
Ryanair 3 Mike Juliet, contact Belgrade radar frequency 123.775, Lare.
123.775, Lare, Iberio.
Sir 90587, contact Bucharest approach frequency 119.415, bye bye.
Contact Bucharest approach on 119.415 with 9587, thank you, bye. Bucharest approach, elevating with 9587.
So LZ is going to be Slovakia.
Descending level 110, according to the chart, and inbound.
So must be LZ.
Sir 90587, still with radar, contact approach
LZ BB. Bratislava.
11415, sorry about that.
134475.
With 9587, thank you.
Just getting the next frequency lined up.
Reserve 1492 approaching total descent.
1492, Unicom 122 decimal 8, thank you for flying, bye.
Unicom 122 decimal 8, bye bye, with 1492.
Airbus Industries 37, correction 307, monitor Unicom 122 decimal 8, thank you for flying, bye.
Keep letting standby and there we go. So we've got Bratislava control on the standby, we've got Unicom there, and then we've got a little bit of time before we get into Slovakian airspace. So we'll just do a quick reconciliation of the fuel. So at Patak, which is our next waypoint, oh, I've lost it. Where's it gone? Patak. Fuel on board should be 33 tons. Fuel burn should be 94. So let's just correlate that. So 32.9 remaining. And we have 29.2 remaining. So we're 4 tons extra burn than expected. And we're on 97 tons, 97 burns. So we'll burn 3 more. We've got 4 less. So yeah, about 3.5 to 4 tons ahead of our fuel prediction. But we are still predicting fuel on board of 8 tons when we get to Newcastle, so that's plenty. And we're only 971 miles away, so not long to go now. We should get Bratislava radar contacting us shortly, asking us to switch across to them. So this has absolutely nothing to do with flying, but because I am from Newcastle and we have just won the Cup, just spotted that you can do this into Google, Carabao Cup, and that's quite cool. We'll take that. It's been 70 years since our last trophy, so yeah, very much appreciated, Google. And 134475, switcheroo. What are they? Is that Bratislava? Bratislava radar, good evening. Airbus Industry 307. Did he just say radar identified there, or did he give me a direct? Possibly the Varric. Your call back, if I missed it.
Turkish 340, contacting Unicom, 1.8, am I correct?
Correct. Monitor 122, bye-bye.
Monitor 1.8, thank you for control, sir. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Enter 3 kilo echo, proceed direct Umuse.
Direct Umuse, enter 3 kilo Oscar.
Ryanair 9264, descent flight level 300. Ryanair 9264, but I need you to descend flight level 300. Enter 3 kilo Oscar, contact Krakow 121.075.
121.075, bye-bye, and good night, Barcelona, Bratislava.
Ryanair 1 Yankee uniform, direct weapon.
Direct weapon, we are ready for descent, Ryanair 1 Yankee uniform.
Ryanair 1 Yankee uniform, descent flight level 150.
Descending flight level 150, Ryanair 1 Yankee uniform.
990 Delta Alpha, stand number 8, number 1.
Delta Alpha, incident number 8, radio 990, Newcastle Arrival.
Good evening, fly FIR with you, flying flight level 340, Labor.
Flight 516, good evening, radar contact, squawk 1000.
Squawk 1000, 516.
Ryder 849 Echo, climb flight level 320. 320, Ryder 849 Echo. Wizard 316, contact Krakow 121.075.
Being 121.075, Wizard 316, alright.
Ryder 9264, monitor 122, bye-bye.
Ryder 849 Echo, direct runway.
Runway 949 Echo.
Ryder 849 Echo, climb for level 360.
360, Ryder 849 Echo.
Air Serbia 74 Lima, monitor 12281.
128, Serbia 74 Lima, right.
So we should be redirected back to Unicom shortly to cross-check here before we picked up by one of the Germany radio stations. Oh, microphone wasn't in the right position. So we'll be switching over to Unicom shortly. So that's on the backup.
Airbus Industries 307, monitor 1228, have a nice flight.
I didn't unmute there. So we got asked to switch over to Unicom. And then next will be one of the German stations. What's that one? Muenchen radar? Probably that one. That's Denmark, isn't it? Copenhagen. EDMM. Muenchen radar. 133565. On standby. Ready to go. And if you look now, it says out of tank transfer, so you can see the tanks going into the inboard tank. Don't know why this one's not started as well. There's 4 tons of fuel being pushed through. I'm assuming it does one at a time. So you can see there's a forward wing tank and a rear wing tank. Still taking fuel out of the main wing tank here. One of those. Is that the same? Must be the same. Can't be bothered to work it out. 7 plus 5 is 12. 4 plus 8 is, and that's 9, isn't it? So that's nearly 13. Well, that's nearly 8. Yeah, it must be about the same. Need to get my calculator out. But we've burnt 100 tons, like imperial tons, of fuel now on this flight. It's getting me and 30 people, 30 made-up people, from Pune to Newcastle in a single hop. I've got to say, I kind of like breaking it up into 3 separate flights. Gives you a chance to grab a drink and stretch your legs and not breathe the recycled air. I know it's not always recycled air. The Airbus A350, it was an advert or a documentary or something I watched, and it said more out-of-tank transfer from that one now, and it said that the whole cabin air is recycled it was either 3 minutes or 2 minutes. That's pretty good going. Especially in the wake of COVID, where I think we were all a bit sensitive to breathing in other people's expelled air. I may be wrong, but I think one of the major gaps of the Toliss is lack of weather radar. I don't believe it's working at the moment. What's GCS? Multi-scan, set it all to auto. Do we have weather radar? Not that there's much weather out there, of course. Still transferring the fuel over down here. If I take off the fuel, does it stay on it? No. Not important enough to switch to the fuel page during the transfer. It's just a normal operation. How are we doing? About quarter to a third of the way across Turkiye. just setting up our final approach information here. So the QNH may change, we'll come back and double check this all just before we start the approach, but set the QNH at the temperature, wind direction. Transition altitude is flight level 60. Sorry, can't get my words out now. Transition level is flight level 60. VAP, the approach speed is going to be 128. We're going to add 5. So VLS. Okay, yeah. So we'll still probably add 5 to that. So let's call it 133 for now. Again, we'll change that depending on the winds. Still quite a slow approach, really. We'll set the we will get an alert about our decision height 200 feet off the ground based on the radio altimeter. We could also set it based on the altitude detected based on the pressure setting, but it's just better if we just use the radio altimeter. So then we've got our various speeds there, so we'll go down to 200 knots clean. So this is for the go around, yep, so flap straight up, slats at 163 and then clean at 195. Engine out acceleration 660, so the computer will give us the green cross, and that horizontal line will give us the right pitch to maintain best rate of climb in an engine out situation from 660. And then we'll do thrust reduction and acceleration, so lower the nose at 1770 feet. Right now, we're in the cruise. Top of descent at 2130, just an hour and 15 minutes away. Destination, estimated fuel on board, 9.1, so we've caught up with our fuel planning, which is good. Just waiting for, I think it's going to be Muenchen, Munich. What are the other options? That's Langen, I'm sure that's up closer towards Amsterdam. That's also Langen. That's Langen 2. That's Muenchen that we've got in the standby. What's ADW? That's Bremen. I don't know. Could be any of these, to be honest. My German geography is not great. I can point to Berlin on a map and get it fairly close, I would imagine. And I know Ingolstadt, where they make Audis, is near the mountains in the south, but that's pretty much all I know. Actually, I know where Frankfurt is as well, and that was our equidistant point. Theatre, equitime point. Ah, no, we didn't set it up, did we? So if we do EDDF, in fact, not this close, I'm going to do EHAM, stop it, EH for Holland, AM, Amsterdam, get rid of Istanbul, so we're already closer to Amsterdam. Let's just stick Frankfurt in as well, so we are a bit closer to Frankfurt, so right now we would divert to Frankfurt. We get there at 2045. So Frankfurt will be over here, heading 273, and Amsterdam's 292, so Amsterdam's pretty much straight ahead. Frankfurt is closer, but will require a deviation off our route. 8 hours, 26 minutes and 16 seconds in. Not getting the joke, go back to the takeoff.
Track traffic, Amber 430, holding short of 306 on holding point recall.
ETP location is 10 minus 58. Does that mean it's behind us? Oh no, aircraft to ETP, distance 272.
Track traffic, Amber 430, aircraft runway 06, landing additional 1 minute for channels to the bottom.
That makes sense. So when we get to 2054, then that's the equitime point between the two of these. So after 2054, we'll not go to Frankfurt, we'll go to Amsterdam. How is our fuel transfers going on? Let's say it's still transferring in. I don't want anyone making fun of the fact that I've done 2,154 hours on VATSIM. You've got to have a hobby. 133565.
Flight 516, proceed direct Delta Papa 5, Question 437.
Delta Papa 4, connect by 1.
Unreadable.
Line 15902, contact line 125.2. Line 15902, contact line radar 125.2.
125 is 125,
Muenchen radar, Airbus Industry 307. That didn't work.
Lufthansa Cargo 61 on speed, transition speed 280 knots. Speed 280 knots, Lufthansa Cargo 61. Good evening from Longship 5 Heavy, passing 6000, landing 7000, and 1 over departure. Longship 845, please call 126065. 26065, Longship 5.
Why isn't that transmitting?
Urban Channel 789 is booking 1,380.
What's not transmitting for some reason?
Direct Boomil.
Pilot 789, hello, identity. Radar evening, Turkish 15 Echo Heavy, maintaining flight level 400. Turkish 15 Echo, hello, identity.
Muenchen radar, Airbus 307, radio check please. TX button's not lighting up.
Survey 13 X-ray, report speed to Salzburg on 123.725. Flashbacks.
133565. VHF is on. That's on.
Turn Cargo 61, direct
That's on. What is going on?
Direct B. Back. Lufthansa Cargo 61. Corrected.
Why isn't that letting me?
Von Oscar Echo Fox Victor. Ja, sorry, ich muss zugeben, ich habe dich vergessen. Rufclown hat QNH 1018 und Active 08. Reported location. Go ahead.
Yeah, from 018 und 08, yeah, S&T 42s, one person on board via Vassini flight to airport and request taxi will be ready and would take runway 26 if available.
Ja, 26 natürlich jeder auch und Taxi loading point 26 via Alpha. Report ready for departure.
Yeah, it's ready when reaching taxi holding point runway 26 and Alpha.
Oscar Victor India, confirm leaving via Quebec or Sierra?
Via November, please.
Achso, nach Airport, ja, dann November natürlich.
Ready.
Oscar Victor India, wunderbar, und 01
Why isn't this working?
26, clear for takeoff.
26, clear takeoff, vielen Dank, Oscar Victor.
Scandinavian 7937, descent flight level 100. Descending flight level 100, Scandinavian 7937.
This pilot pushed to talk.
München Radar, Servus, Eurowings 5 Hotel Tango, flight level 350, inbound Tartu. Wings 5 Hotel Tango, hello, identified. Location Lufthansa Cargo 61, radius further speed 260 knots. Speed 260 knots, Lufthansa Cargo 61. Wings 5 Hotel Tango, direct Gompa. Direct Gompa for Eurowings 5 Hotel Tango. Lufthansa 4 Mumbai, direct Delta Papa 465. Direct Delta Papa 465, Lufthansa 4 Runde, danke. Flight question ETA Arrow 516, direct Delta Papa 437, please.
Flight Papa Watch.
Lufthansa 53, Warsaw Radar 125, 450. Lufthansa Cargo 61,
Newcastle Arrival 123, this is Mumbai, Newcastle Arrival. Gleichfalls. Scanning American Airlines, Airbus ECAM,
Why isn't the transmits? What is wrong here?
Stand by, first of all, Oscar Echo, Papa Victor India, leave control zone by November, right hand approve.
Yeah, already in right hand, leaving by November, sorry.
Smart link is 9527, you identified, climb flight level 270.
Flight level 270, smart link 9527.
Scan 7937, speed 270 or less, direct Ostis.
Direct Ostis 270 or less, getting in 737.
Papa Hotel Fox Hotel is 0 correct. Hello, you identified. Repeat arrow 516, Muenchen 126, 175. Flight 516, contact Muenchen 126, 175.
Relay.
7937, contact Salzburg 123, 725, gute Landung, ciao.
Mention radar Airbus 307 radio check, please.
Turkish 15 Echo, proceed direct north, Holland, November, Oscar, Romeo, Kilo, Uniform. Could you please say again for Turkish 15 Echo? Turkish 15 Echo, clear direct to Northwood, November, Oscar, Romeo, Kilo, Uniform. That's one of the rival fixes into Amsterdam.
So, I've said I can receive voice. I'm going to try and switch over to the other radio shortly.
Oscar Echo Fox of Victor India, November, 3600 climbing and request to leave.
Oscar, Victor India, approved to leave, guten Weiterflug.
Oscar Victor India, approved to leave, schönen Dank für den Service, halt durchstellen.
Genau, danke. Proceed direct, Norco, Turkish 15 Echo, and this report is not my flight plan, would you please?
So,
Yeah, Norco is correct, it's for the arrivals above, coming from the upper airspace. Norco, proceeding direct, Norco, Turkish 15 Echo.
Mention for Foxtrot Charlie.
Tracks for Foxtrot Charlie unidentified, continue direct for Ramlo.
Direct route for Foxtrot Charlie.
still not working.
Fox Charlie, Tango 75. Tracks for Fox Charlie, smoke 2075.
Yeah, 75, Foxtrot Charlie.
Direct 5 Hotel Tango, descent flight level 170.
Second flight level 170, your wings 5 Hotel Tango.
Unit 5 Hotel Tango, sorry, wrong sector sequence, descent flight level 200.
Descending to 200, your wings 5 Hotel Tango.
Lufthansa Romeo, descent flight level 190. Descending flight level 190, Lufthansa Romeo. Tracks 8 Papa Romeo, hello, identified, continue climb flight level 320. Lufthansa Forte Romeo, contact München 126 175. 126 175 for Lufthansa Forte Romeo, schönen Abend. Smart Wings 9527, continue climb flight level 370.
Level 370, smart Wings 9527.
Scan 7516, monitor advisory, goodbye.
122 estimate 0 Oscar 7516.
Ryanair 789, monitor advisory.
Monitor advisory, Ryanair 789.
Radar Service, Malta Net 771 is passing level 158, climbing level 100 is Sego. Radar Cat 771, München identified, continue climb flight level 220. flight level 220, what's get sensible? Turkish 15 Echo, München, question Langen, 124, 730. Turkish 15 Echo, contact...
My push to talk button is no longer pushing to talk, which is very annoying.
4.730, Turkish 15 Echo, bidding. Airbus Industry 307, contact München, question Langen, 124, 730. Smart Links 9527, direct box. Direct box to Smart Links 9527. Airbus Industry 307. Contact Langen on 124.730. Thank you.
124730. 124730. Hopefully this frequency works. Maybe there's just something wrong with that frequency.
This is perfectly fine for Amsterdam inbound. Thanks for letting me know though. Okay, we'll continue direct to Norco, Turkish 15 Echo. Delta Charlie Tango, direct Echo, Delta Lima, India. It is beginning direct destination then. Got a 4178, when ready, descent flight level 130 to reach level 8 Iraq.
And you can see the equitime point between Frankfurt and Amsterdam up ahead. Langen radar, good evening. Airbus Industry 307. That's not working again. What's wrong with this?
Birmingham Air 406, contact approach 120.805 today.
120.805, Birmingham Air 406, thank you.
623, contact Langen 1252, ciao.
125 to Smart 0, bye-bye.
So, it's, I'll just move this out of the way. When I press transmit, come on showing in the top left. But it's not doing it properly.
Contact Langen 135650 per day.
Chatting 135650.
Climb flight level 200, direct APIC.
Something is broken. What's that do?
Charlie Tango, National Step Bravo 360. Central Tango, climb flight level 360. 360, Charlie Tango.
I've done something down here. It's broken.
Hello, Langen radar, Tom Jet Equal, Juliet, flight level 380 inbound. There's you.
Juliet for Juliet Langen, could I identify?
Oh, didn't want to do that. Is it the trigger button that sends the...
One is passing about 198 climbing to the remote Rudus. Delta Cat 771 Langen, could I identify? Guten Abend, Lufthansa 910, passing to level 100, climb flight level 130. Lufthansa 910, identified, climb flight level 200, direct decam. Climb level 200, direct decam, Lufthansa 910. Langen radar, Lufthansa 32 Hotel, follow 130. Lufthansa 32 Hotel, climb flight level 240, cross fire net level. Follow 240, Delta 32 Hotel. Confirm crossway point 2 net level. Guten Abend, identified. German Cargo 1283, further descent with München on 133565 RT. 1335, bye-bye. Contact Langen 135650, ciao.
Push to talk button just isn't working at all. Not really any other buttons on here I can use. They're all set up for various things. 135, 650, 135, 650. Try that on radio maybe. So 135, 650 is that one there, which is Langen. Still not picking it up. Do you know what I might do? Try and swap it. Pitch trim. No, I want to keep that one. What's that one? Flaps up a notch. PTT. Apply. Done. Okay, we'll give that one a go. Different button. Oh, nothing is working. So, we'll just close. Got a horrible feeling this is going to crash the sim. Connected to voice server. 135. There we go, it's back. Langen radar, good evening, Airbus Industry 307. Oh, step down. Langen radar, good evening, Airbus Industry 307, radio check please. Five also, thanks. Airbus Industry 307. Okay, back on radio.
Lufthansa Anna Juliet, descend flight level 270, cross Nauku 280 or below. Correct, descend level 260. Lufthansa Anna Juliet, descend level 260. Also gerade gut dann. Lufthansa 10 passing level 220, flight level 260, inbound Autoortho. Lufthansa 10, Langen, radar, hello identified, climb flight level 370. Climb flight level 370, confirm 370. Sorry, 360 of course. Level 360, Lufthansa 900 again. Lufthansa 08, right, heading 020, clear the left 05 right. That's 020, get left 5 right, Lufthansa 020. That's 08. Okay, I'll be two stations. KOM 8 from Toliss, west flight level 3 Eurowings 21 Zulu requesting taxi. Eurowings 21 Zulu. Eurowings 21 Zulu, taxi landing point runway 05 right via Papa 3, Mike, Lima 9. So 5 right via Papa 3, Mike and Lima 9, Eurowings 21 Zulu. 1361, correct Bremen radar, 128.760 by. Clear 1361, correct Bremen, 128.760 by. KLM 1361.
Sorry, KLM 1361, go ahead.
Contact 128.760.
KLM 1361, contact
128.760.
Radar good day, long Schiphol for 5 heavy level 340 to Norco. KLM 1361, contact 128.760.
845, line radar low identified.
Long Schiphol for 5.
Bound to get busy.
Wait, 12 correct Langen, reach correct Bremen, 128.765.
123 miles to go.
Decimal 76, fix first purpose KLM 812.
And is now showing out of tank transferred, even though it's still transferring from both.
Right 8, expect ILS 05 right, descent flight limit 70.
Expecting ILS 05 right and descent limit 70.
So 99 Juliet, monitoring Unicom.
99 Juliet, Monitor Unicom, Dankeschön, schönen Abend noch.
Ciao. Next one, Fox for Charlie, Langen have identified. That was the right data service 12 right. 088, wind 020 degrees 3 north, 05 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right, so
There's the equi time point, so from now on we'll come to Amsterdam.
next landing, Lufthansa A319, Lufthansa 05 right behind. Land up behind next landing, A319, Eurowings 21 Zulu.
Langen radar, Turkish 15 Echo, maintaining full level 400.
Turkish 15 Echo, Langen radar, hello identified, descent flight limit 260.
Landing full level 400, descending flight level 260, Turkish 15 Echo.
Hey, 3, 2 kilo, Roger, on the train, come 128, bye-bye. What to do with 108? Lightning, getting to check, take Papa Romeo, 370 sir. Check Papa Romeo, Langen, hello identified. Bishop 845, descent flight limit 260.
Descent level 260, long Schiphol 845.
910, monitor ECAM 128, bye-bye. ECAM 910, ciao. Guten Abend, das ist Lufthansa Vorlander Lima Outlet reported. Vorlander Lima 900 identified, direct Dixat, cleared Dixat, 1 Delta Arrival. Direct Dixat at Dixat, 1 Delta Arrival, Lufthansa Vorlander Lima. Again, Mahmoudi Lufthansa 078, level 220, low box. To station Tiger Lufthansa 078, 900 identified, expect service approach runway 05, right, descent flight level 140. 051, setting 140, Lufthansa 078. Got it. Lufthansa 88, descent 3000 feet, QNH 1023. Bravo, proceed direct Delta Lima 505, descent flight level 100. Delta Lima 505, descent 100, km Bravo. System Echo Lima 9, radar hello, identified. Mission 845, monitor ECAM 128, bye-bye. You're going to do this, Malay long 05, bye-bye. Hello, Johnson, Delta Lima 4.
So the neck of the head, power level.
Alpha 16 via Mike Papa 2. Oh, what's this one? Papa 2, 88, good not. 88, continue presenting. The 493 Lima, when ready, descent via Star Flight level 260. Ready, descent via Star 260, Lufthansa 493 Lima. This is 307, monitor ECAM 128, bye-bye. Flanke, monitor ECAM 128, bye-bye.
So someone's gonna fly next, so they've just kicked us off for now. And if you look down there, that looks pretty big, doesn't it? Is that Amsterdam? You should be able to see. I think it is, you know. I think it's too small. But what is it? What is it? So EHAM is Amsterdam. Is maybe it is Amsterdam. Yep, you can see all. There's just runways everywhere. Runway. Terminals as far as you can see. Is that another runway? Another runway. Famous Paldebon. Runway 18 right. You've got 18 centre. There's 18 left. Just runways coming out of their ears. You can see the 3 runways even better there. That wasn't 3, 18 right, that's 18 left, 18 centre, 18 right. This one here is the Paldebon. Takes ages if you're landing on this runway to taxi all the way to the terminal, and vice versa as well. Had to do it both ways. Takes ages. Sometimes you just think you're taxiing all the way to your destination rather than flying there.
Victor, landing runway 06.
Yes, from Turkish 17 go. What is your next point?
Reaching point income in the next approximately 2 miles, and I'm going to be holding there flight level 80.
And could you please spell the point for me?
Of course, it's inbound India, November, Bravo.
So just looking ahead now to so in the middle of the North Sea, between Holland on the right and East Anglia on the left here. What is that? Light aircraft. So we're going to continue up here. We must be on L602, I think it is. L602. So we were on L602 earlier, back in the Far East. Not the Far East, the Middle East. So I guess it all must join up somewhere. This is where we are. Just drop the map. It's currently 21:21, and if we have a look at our flight plan, predicted landing 21:59, so just over 30 minutes we'll be touching down in Newcastle. A heck of a flight. Very enjoyable. So we'll be heading up towards so top of descent isn't actually that far away. Top of descent is there, and then we begin a gentle descent, join the Rimto 1 November arrival at Rimto, all the way to runway 07. there. Let me just quickly open the map. You can see this is Leeds. We're going to head towards Leeds, turn north, and then Newcastle is just off the top of the screen. To there, we've got 150 miles to go, which is nothing after what we've just flown. Still feet wet over the North Sea. You may have seen that a couple of big ships collided recently. There was a fuel tanker and a cargo ship. It was just about here when they collided, just off the coast of Hull and Grimsby. So we'll fly over that point, head up towards Leeds, but we are going to start our descent in just about 5 to 10 minutes. So you can just see the top of the screen here on the ND, November navigation display. You've got the top of descent. You see there's the platform and then the beginning of the descent. As we begin our descent just after Libso. So we'll be starting that shortly. nice clouds there. We've got some city lights down there. Let's just have a quick look at those. And our top of descent is seconds away. So I'm not in controlled airspace. I'm going to set this down to 24, flight level 240. And then what's going to happen here is you'll start to see the fuel flow decreasing. Throttle is just increasing or decreasing the throttle, the fuel flow. And see on the backup instruments here, with a little bit of a shake, we've started our descent. Now you'll also notice that there is a constraint, so rim toe. We can't go below a certain altitude, so you can see we're going to have to level off. And we can see what that constraint is if we look through here. Rim toe, flight level 239. Don't think that's going to be a level off. We'll wait and see. Or is that? Yeah, so 240 is actually just when we get to rim toe. So if we reduce it further down to 14,000 feet, and then push that in, we can see it's now jumped from rim toe all the way up here. That's when we'll get to 14,000 feet. So I've got Manchester Centre over here, 133.2. I guarantee they'll be in touch shortly. 133.2. And they will basically guide us all the way down to Newcastle. They'll be under Scottish control, won't they? Scottish control, yeah. Solo en route validation. So there should be an observer on as well. Maybe not. So this is somebody who's learning to be an air traffic controller on VATSIM. Got something down there. Not quite sure what it is. So much quieter in here with the engines wound back. Quite like this part of the flight, you know. During the descent, to get quieter. Seatbelt signs will be coming on shortly. Let's get the latest weather. So if we do WXEGNT, so we'll update our performance page. Got the approach page. QNH is now 1013. Temperature is now 5. Wind is 060 at 6. 060 at 6 knots. ILS 07. Still want to be notified at 200 feet above the ground. And we'll do a full flat landing. Still nothing from Scottish Centre, Scottish Control, I should say. We are following an aircraft. There we go. There's Manchester Control, Manchester Scottish Control. Please contact me, so we'll switch over.
Jet 76 Tango Scottish Control, hello to you. Mallard 1 Mike Arrival for Manchester, descent flight level 170. 1 Mike Arrival, descending level 170. 2 behind the landing Osprey, plus 390, line up 05 left behind. Landing 839, line up 0 Tango turn right, still
No
right,
gaps.
turn order around, heading 220 degrees, speeds 220 knots or less. 220 or less. Easy to 8, Delta turn right, heading 360 degrees, descent to altitude 3,500 feet. Right,
Gonna need a gap.
Delta 76, Tango descent, flight level 120. Descent level 120, Delta 76.
Scottish Control, good evening. Airbus Industry 307.
Airbus Industry 307, Scottish Control, fair low T, descent flight level 160.
Descend flight level 160, Airbus Industry 307.
KLM 1035, turn left heading 150 degrees, descent to altitude 3,500 feet.
On the 16, flight level 160.
Easy to Delta, descent to altitude 2,500 feet. Descending to 2,500 feet. Scottish hello, transfer for Charlie.
So that's East Midlands.
Turn right, heading up 06,
Mhm.
7 degrees, cleared on us approach, runway 07, report established. 020 degrees, and report established, Janik 4 Foxtrot Charlie, Scottish Control, hello, descent flight level 180, and it will be vector for
160 checked.
Descent flight level 180, we're requesting runway 32 if possible. Janik 4 Foxtrot Charlie, Roger, can expect RS approach, runway 32. Do expect RS runway 32, descending flight level 180, Janik 4 Foxtrot Charlie. Janik 4 Delta Golf Vectors, RS approach, runway 07 at Newcastle, fly heading up 010 degrees, descent flight level 140. South runway 07, fly heading 012 degrees, and descent flight 140, transport aircraft. Delta Janik 4 Julia, descent flight level 80, vectors RS approach, runway 05 left. Descent flight level 80, and expect vectors for the ILS approach, runway 05 left, Delta Air 4 Julia. KLM 1035, turn left heading 080 degrees, cleared ILS approach, runway 05 left. 080 degrees, cleared ILS approach, 05 left, KLM 1035. Easy to Delta, runway 09, cleared to land, surface winds 050 degrees, 9 knots, report runway vacated. 09, cleared to land. Control 3005 left, cleared for takeoff, surface wind 050 degrees, 8 knots. Takeoff 05 left, shuttle 30. Tomjet 76, Tango descent, flight level 80. Descent level 80, Tomjet 76 10. Giant T Tango turn right heading 250 degrees, descent flight level 60. Right 250, descent flight level 60, Giant T Tango. Janik 4 Foxtrot Charlie, descent flight level 160. Level 160, descent flight level 160. Control 1 to Yankee left. Shuttle 30, report your passing altitude, climb now, flight level 190. 1,500, climb flight level 190, shuttle 30. Tomjet 76, Tango descent, flight level 60, vectors RS approach, runway 05 left. Level 60, vectors RS 05 left, Tomjet 76.
So, haven't got far to go before we get to our top of descent flight level 140, Airbus Industry 307. 140 is quite a common level to pause at during the descent. Just keeps us above Teesside Airport's departures. Lots more detail here. Lots of buildings. Oh, what was that? Lost the caution. Fuel. Left wing tank, low level. Okay, well, that's terrifying. Out of tank transfer manual. Fuel cross feed. We'll do a manual out of tank transfer. Oh, was that for us? That's all the fuel gone from the out of tanks. Center tank transfer to auto. It's only everything that you need to do.
Heading 250 after Dane and descent flight level 60. Heading 250 after Dane and descent flight level 60.
Oh, hang on, this isn't.
Heading 330 degrees and there is no speed restriction. Shell 1 Yankee is going.
Just descend. Come on.
Hello there, Shell 1 Yankee. Winter 1 November arrival for Newcastle. When ready, descent level 170.
So they're behind us.
1 November arrival for Newcastle. Already descent level 170, Shell 1 Yankee.
The other station was that Tonic 40, Colin. Thanks, Tonic 41 flight. Requested transit in Newcastle control zone, north to south. Tonic 40, Roger, squawk 5617 and pass your details. 4617 Tonic flight is a flight of 2 Chinooks, W52 leading, currently 1500 feet, 7 miles north of Newcastle.
Tonic. Oh, got the helicopters. Oh, what are you beeping about now? Left wing tank. Low level. It's only got 4.5 tons in it.
Janex 4 Delta Golf, descent altitude 3,500 feet, QNH is 1031.
3,500 feet, QNH 1031,
Giant 2 Tango, turn right, heading 020 degrees, cleared on approach, heading 05 left. Turn right 020, 50 hours departure, 05 left, Giant 2 Tango.
Can't feel on board 9 tons. We are good.
Is it to A Delta, thank you, taxi by Alpha stand 1, bye-bye.
by Alpha stand 1,
Tonic 4 to your bed of a squawking mode standby now, squawk Charlie please, and safe squawk. Formation with Tonic 41, he's squawking 4617. Okay, Tonic 41 then, report your current altitude.
Tonic 4148, we're at 1,500 feet, QNH on 106.
Tonic 41, thank you, identified basic service, you're cleared to enter the Newcastle's control zone from the north, not above altitude 1,000, let's make that not above 2,500 feet VFR.
Clear to enter the Newcastle control zone from the north, not above altitude 2,500 feet VFR.
So we've now got the right tank feeding both fuel cross exhaust feed is already on.
Janek 4 Charlie, cushion 4, Fox for Charlie, descent flight level 90. Level 90, Foxtrot Charlie. Kilo 1 please verify 05 left.
So now the right engine is, the right fuel tank is doing both. I need further descent.
Juliet, ground 121-855, goodbye. Dodger 84 Juliet, descent all street 3,500 feet, QNH 1029. Descent to 3,500 feet, QNH 102.
And we've got traffic behind us.
Airbus 307, flying 010 degrees, descent flight level 110.
Fly heading 010 degrees, descend, sorry, repeat the flight level again.
Flight level 110.
Flight level 110 degrees, Airbus 307.
No, flight level 110.
Flight level 110, Airbus 307.
Janek 4 Fox Charlie, turn left heading 27.
Sure, that's what I said.
For the localizer to give you some extra now.
And he said a heading of 010.
Tango clear to land, runway 05 left, the wind 050 degrees, 8 knots. Response 05 left, Charlie Tango. Donic 41, entering control airspace radar control. At the left end orbit, now until advised. Radar control, left orbit, still advised, Tonic 41. Janek 4 Delta Golf, turn right heading 040 degrees, cleared on approach, runway 07. Right, 040 degrees, Tonic 07. Dodger 76 Tango, you have approximately 30 miles to touchdown, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH is 1029. 5,109, Dodger 4 Fox for Charlie, descent flight level 70. Sorry, that's a Janek 4 Fox for Charlie. Apologies, Janek 4 Fox for Charlie, descent flight level 70. Level 70, Janek 4 Fox for Charlie. Channel 3 to the contact London, 127.105, bye-bye.
We'll wait until these are balanced.
To the London, 127.105. Dodger 84 Juliet, turn right heading 330 degrees, speed 180 knots. Turn right, heading 330 degrees, 84 Juliet. And speed 180 knots. Speed 180 knots from the 84 Juliet. Dodger 769, turn right heading off 205, speed 180 knots.
Need to ask him which heading.
Heading 205, speed 180 knots, so that's confirmed for Dodger 769. Correct, break back, shuttle 1T, Yankee descent, flight level 140. 140, 1T. Janek 8 Papa Romeo, Scott Control Low, descent, flight level 110, back to Vardas, approach runway 3T at least. Zippo 110, back to Vardas, 3T, Janek 8 Papa Romeo. Dodger 4, sorry, Janek 4, Fox for Charlie, turn right, heading of 360 degrees. And when localizer established runway 3T, descend on the glide path, leads QNH 1029. Alright, 360 degrees, when localizer established assembly glide, and issue QNH, transfer for Charlie. QNH is 1029. 1029, transfer for Charlie. Janek 4 Delta Golf traffic information, the two light aircraft orbiting north of Newcastle runway 07, clear to land, surface wind 060 degrees, 6 knots. Traffic complete 187, clear traffic, Donic 41, traffic information is a Boeing 737-800 on 7 miles forward, runway 07, report traffic in sight. Traffic copied, and traffic in sight, Donic 4, flight. Roger, Dodger 84 Juliet, turn right heading 020 degrees, cleared on approach, runway 05 left. Turn right heading 020 degrees, cleared ILS approach, 05 left, Dodger 84 Juliet. Airbus A330-900, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80 and please confirm heading Airbus 307.
Flight present heading, please.
Present heading, thanks.
Dodger 76 Tango, turn left heading.
Down to 080.
Heading 140, Janek 8 Papa Romeo, descend flight level 90. Descend flight level 90, Janek 8 Papa Romeo. And Donic 41 behind and above the landing, 737-800 close.
So I think he's going to take us straight over the top of the airport and then do a left turn round. So that's what they're doing as well. Maybe. Oh no, that's the helicopters. Design flight level 70, Airbus 307.
Channel 4, Foxtrot Juliet, runway 32, clear to land, surface wind 040 degrees, 7 knots.
So yeah, it's clearing some airspace just for those helicopters to fly through and that aircraft to land. So we need to keep an eye on these fuel gauges. So these need to be balanced.
20 miles west of Teesside, this is Scottish Control, do you copy? Airbus 307, turn right heading 030 degrees.
Turn right heading 030 degrees, Airbus Industry 307.
Comjet 76, Tango, turn left heading 080 degrees, one established localizer, runway 07, descent further on the light path. Heading 001, established localizer 05, left will descend the light path, Comjet 76. Giant Tango, thank you, taxi by Juliet, ground 121, that's what I...
That's close enough. I don't care about 100 kilos either side. I'm going to switch these back on before I forget about them.
Shuttle 12 Yankee fly, present heading, report your heading. Shuttle 12 Yankee fly, heading of 010 degree. We're heading 010 Yankee. Shanix 8 Papa Romeo, turn left heading 280 degrees. Left heading Shanix 8 Papa Romeo. Comjet 76 Tango, speed 160 knots or less. 160 or less, Comjet.
So atomic, those are the two helicopters. A flight of 2, and then looks like you've got a taking off Jet 2 aircraft there. Got another Jet 2 there, so this one should be landing. Going in this direction. No. Maybe take off. Does look like it's slowing down. Turn left heading 255, Airbus Industry 307. Left 255. Descend to altitude 3,500 feet, QNH 1031, Airbus Industry 307. 3,500. And knock that over. So we'll do 5s. There we go. And we'll set the QNH push 1031. There we go.
Just about that, control airspace, radar control, fly heading of 020 degrees. Radar control, fly heading 020 degrees, Golf.
So I'm going to fly that way a bit. And then hang a U-turn. So we are low fuel and ASAP.
Roger, about to leave basic outside, Tonic 4 flight. Shamrock 203, report your passing altitude. Just about passing 2,000 feet, Shamrock 203. Shamrock 203, thank you, climb, but now flight level 190.
Don't really want to declare a mayday fuel. But I will find the eco around.
Kilo, report your current altitude. Flight level 080 for Golf Bravo Kilo. Golf Bravo Kilo, check yes, standard pressure set indicated to be flight level 076.
I'm going to be descending a bit faster than this.
Yankee descent flight level 9, in fact, just maintain flight level 140, fly heading of 020 degrees.
Don't want to speed up too much.
München Telekom now. Bye-bye. Thanks for communicating and frequency change approved. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Control, good evening. Channel X94, Charlie Delta, Newcastle Standard 6, information Bravo, A320, request leave at Alicante.
Calling back, Airbus Industry 307, turn right, heading 350 degrees.
Turn right heading 350 degrees, Airbus Industry 307.
Shuttle 1T Yankee descent flight level 70.
770 1T Yankee. Tesla Flush. Charlie vacates on Alpha.
Charlie X Fokker Charlie, thank you. Taxi via Alpha Barking Stand 5. Bye.
Alpha Stand 5 for Flush Charlie.
Bye.
So we'll be in the high ground shortly. I don't really want to be descending
Back left, and then
that
left to the
fast.
ground 121.855. Bye-bye.
So shortly we'll get a turn right heading whatever it is.
Airbus Industry 307, turn right heading 015.
Turn right heading 015, Airbus Industry 307.
Scottish Shuttle 96 Romeo with you at 28,000.
A lot of Geordies on.
Tomjet 76 Tango, surface wind 050 degrees 8 knots, runway 05 left, clear to land.
So we should get the radio altimeter kicking in shortly, 2500.
Romeo, Scottish Control, thanks. When ready, descend flight level 160.
Quite a lot of ground around us.
Down to 160 for Shuttle 96 Romeo.
Airbus 307 flight left control airspace deconfliction service, turn right heading 040 degrees, when established 07, descend on the glide path.
Turn right heading 040 degrees, and when established on the glides, on the ILS, descend with the glide slope, Airbus 307. That was horrendous. 040.
Need you to set standard pressure set, indicates to be flight level 075, otherwise it can't be identified.
So, click approach mode.
Apologies, saying that
Should see radio
Gen X8
altimeter
Romeo,
shortly.
runway 32, clear to land, surface wind 040
So, we've got glide slope localizer blue.
Report runway vacated.
So we're currently on altitude mode, localizers coming in. So we've done,
Turn right, heading 045.
it's on a star, which means it's capturing.
Airbus Industry 307, entering control airspace, radar control.
Radar control, Airbus Industry 307. So we've now got a new contract with the controller, which is a radar service.
Shuttle 1 to Yankee Tan.
Glide slope capturing, and the right localizer armed, captured, and then we will descend with the glide slope, and as we descend with the glide slope, which we are, change the heading to the altitude to 3000, which is the missed approach altitude. Runways ahead. Okay, we need to prepare for landing. So, oh crud, we haven't got our. We need to slow down fast. So let's do full air brakes. Gears down to help us slow us down.
Runway 07, clear to land. Surface wind 06, degree 6 knots.
Runway 07 clear to land, Airbus Industry 307.
Shuttle 1 to Yankee descent to altitude 3,500 feet.
We need to slow down quick. Turn off all the automatics.
Gold Bravo Kilo, thanks very much. Back to the island approach, runway 07.
Throttle to idle, just follow.
Runway 07, Gold Bravo Kilo.
Speed brake. Okay. And we will do medium auto brake. Don't have the fuel for a go around here, so this needs to be spot on. Start increasing throttle just a bit because we're going to need that shortly. These engines are big and they take ages to spool up. Wind is straight down the runway, so any deviation off the centre line is my doing. We do get a nice creaky joystick. I do need to put some WD-40 on this. Great joystick. Has done me well over the years. Too low.
Golf Bravo Kilo, descent altitude 5,000 feet, the QNH is 1031.
Too low.
That's 5,000 QNH 1031 Golf Bravo Kilo.
Shuttle 1 to Yankee, turn right, heading 340 degrees.
Right, heading 340, what do you think?
Bit fast and a bit high, but that's fine. I'd rather be those things than low and slow. Keep it coming down, keep it coming down, keep it coming down.
500.
Taxi Papa Romeo, thank you.
400.
Taxi Papa Romeo, thank you. Taxi via Alpha and parking stand 18 right, bye-bye.
100 above.
18 right, Taxi Papa Romeo.
100 above. Almost on glide slope, on the centre line.
Minimum.
Land.
100.
Idle throttle.
50.
Didn't put my landing lights on, which is why the runway is so dark.
10. 5.
That was actually a beautiful landing.
Shuttle 1 to Yankee, descent to altitude 2,000 feet.
Yes, I'm going to you.
Water brakes.
Chanex 94, Charlie Delta. Apologies for the delay. I will get your clearance now. Just 2 seconds. Chanex, Shuttle 1 to Yankee, turn right, heading 030 degrees, on clear level approach on 07.
The 0 clear, I left approach 07, Shuttle 1 to you.
If the reverse is on,
Charlie Delta
don't
cleared
lie.
to Alicante, Gear Bay 1 Tango departure on 07, squawk 3256.
Cleared Alicante, clearly 1 Tango departure, squawk 3256 with that.
Chanex 94, Charlie Delta.
Really good landing after a long flight.
Golf Bravo Kilo, turn left heading of 320 degrees, descent to altitude 3,500 feet.
Left heading 320, descent to 3,500
Very
feet.
tight turn this one. Need to turn the strobes off for a second because it's blinding me. Normally the first officer or the pilot monitoring would do that.
Amstel 36, Scottish Control, low, Roger, report your current level.
Got locked into the right now.
Amstel 36, thank you,
So,
identified,
let's have a
signal
look.
selection service, are you able to go direct NATIB? Amstel 36, that's correct, direct NATIB, and you can start your descent now, flight level 100.
So turn the strobes off. Turn the landing lights off.
Shuttle 1 to Yankee runway 07 clear to land, surface winds 040 degrees 5 knots.
Performance runway 07, Shuttle 1 to you.
Airbus Industry 307, taxi via Delta, stand 30, bye-bye.
Taxi via Delta, stand 30, Airbus Industry 307, thanks. I think at this point I'm actually going to disconnect because I don't want to go to that stand. I want to go to stand 25, I think it is. And then once we've stopped, oh, stop beeping, man! I know you've got no fuel left. Sort that out when we've stopped. Got enough fuel to taxi to the stand. I'll just turn down the sim a bit. exterior. See if that makes any difference. That's better. There we go. Now see our Neo aircraft in all its glory. I should have thought of doing that earlier on before I blew my eardrums out. Taking screenshots over Dubai. Long taxi with us. Pretty much about as long as the runway is. Quietly very chuffed with myself after that landing. I've done about 10 landings now of this Toliss A330-900 Neo, and they've all been disasters. That one was passable as an actual landing. So I want to go this way, to the right. And then stand 25 is there. There we go, straight down the middle. In my own Marshall. Okay, hop back inside. That looks pretty central to me. Parking brake on. We'll go through the shutdown checklist. So after landing, ground spotters are disarmed, landing lights are off, strobes are off, nose wheel lights off. That was one taxi, now it's off. Weather radar doesn't work. Don't care about that. Flaps should be up. Flaps are up. Check. TCAS, don't care. ATC is disconnected. APU start, we're not going to do that. Engine anti-ice, these aren't required. Brake temperature, so if we go down to the wheel page on here, you can now see we've got brake temperatures showing up here. 310 degrees is quite a lot, apparently. I don't know, but it's showing an orange, which can't be a good thing, right? And I don't know why the top of that is showing orange too, but it is, so I don't know. Brake fans, we'll turn those on, see what effect they have. That one's already dropped 10 degrees, that one's dropped 10 degrees. Everything is green, and that top bit there has gone green. No idea why it does that. No, it's not just white like the rest. Brake temperature is checked. Parking brake is on. Crew oxygen supply, don't care. Adders, don't care. External lighting, we'll switch off the beacon, although the engines are still on, so we shouldn't really do that. We'll just turn everything off. No light, AP bleed, turn everything off. Oh, hang on, I was parking. Oh, I'm not going through all that. Tell you what, we will go into ISCS, ground services, we'll put the chocks in, put external power in. We'll turn on the external power, turn off the engines, and then we will the seatbelts, which are already off for some reason. No, I didn't turn them on when we were descending. That would help. And then, if I turn off that, turn off the batteries, we have no power, and we are on the ground. Nice and safe. And all that's left is for me just to say thanks for riding along. It was quite fun. Quite boring in places, admittedly, but it was a long flight. Here we are, safely back in Newcastle. I'll see you on the next flight. Thanks. Here we are, we're just approaching the runway. I promised you a landing video. Gears down. Hopefully this won't be too loud. Nope, that's pretty good. I think it's just a little bit more though, because I love the sound of those engines. There we go. So, coming into land, Newcastle's runway is directly ahead. This has got 11 hours of replay. So there's all of Newcastle lighting up for us. A little bit of a vortex off the flaps. It's quite nice. How's my driving? What's interesting is because I've turned off the power, this model is also showing as being in the dark when it should really have the lights and everything on. It's got some lights. Love the bogey tilt on the landing gear. So at this point we're a bit high. No, don't have the speed brakes out. We'll try to get it down. So we'll watch it from this side so we can see the terminal building in the background. We should go to idle thrust. We're probably already at idle thrust at this point. Purely because I was coming in a bit quick. Let's see if this was as good as I thought it was. Might not be. Yep, we only could have held the nose off just a little bit longer. Look at that. Absolutely stunning. Just going to pause that there. Okay. This time I'm